Welcome back, RGR Nation, Rogue Nation, as we call it here, and Chiefs Kingdom. We go live for day 2 of the NFL draft, and the Buffalo Bills are on the clock with pick 32, pick 33, first in the second round. Ryan is going to be delayed a little bit today. He's got some family affairs to get in order. He says he'll be here within the hour, so we will just go ahead and assume he gets here by, I don't know, 7:30. But at the end of the day, he will be here, so we can all do this before the Chiefs pick in the second round. Really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and go through the scenario right now, just so we all are on the same page with the Chiefs picks and what they have now. Obviously, they traded up to go get Xavier Worthy, which I'm extremely happy about, guys. You guys know I've been, beating the Xavier Worthy drum for a long time. So they have picked for the second round, and then they don't pick again until pick 131. So they have 2/4, 131, 133. So that's right next to each other, which is not a bad thing for them on day 3 to start out with those two picks. Then they have 2 in round 5, pick 159 and pick 173, and then pick 248 in the 7th round. So that is how it currently stands. We do know that there has been lots of talk of teams moving up, wanting to come up here in the second round. One, because there's lots of wide receivers available. Two, because there are tons of defensive players. Only single-digit defensive players went in the first round last year. Unheard of, for the most part, especially now, lately, because they want to stop these offenses from doing stuff. So really quickly, I want to get your guys' opinions. What is your temperature on the Chiefs trading up to go get Xavier Worthy? I know he's not for everybody, but I want to know what your opinions are. So go ahead and put it in the comment section. We'll pick a few out and we'll talk about it, especially if you have, either concerns, questions, or anything like that. But also, you can go right now, or maybe not right now, maybe pull up a little bit later and look at the Xavier Worthy breakdown that I did a few months ago, right after the combine. Right after the combine, I did that, and it's going to be a fantastic. It gives you a really good idea of what he's going to bring to Kansas City, and he's going to still have room to grow. One of the youngest players in this draft, so there's always something to look for there. What's going on, Willie? Thank you for coming in and becoming a part of the members here at Rogue Nation. There is a join button, I believe, down here somewhere if you guys want to join at that rookie level and then get your accounts linked up with Discord. Get in the Discord and all of the stuff that comes with it, continuously supporting us. So thank you very much for being a part of Rogue Nation here, Willie. Oh, like I said, guys, we are going to work through this draft class. We're going to work through until Ryan gets here. So, also, one thing that I want you guys to do when you come in here, talk about, bring in the comment section, and I want you to put the question marks first for this, so that I can pick them out a little bit easier. What was your favorite thing that happened last night that was not Chiefs related? Like, what was the most intriguing thing outside of the Michael Penix pick? Because that was clearly the most like uber intriguing thing. So, want to go ahead and get your guys' opinions on that. Oh, excuse me. So let me go ahead and pick some through here and we'll get started talking about it. How's everyone doing tonight, by the way? Last night was kind of a long night, wasn't it? Out here till 11 o'clock at night, and definitely um, a long night. And also, please, guys, please try not to spoil the picks. I know that we're all on different times, streaming, watching live, cable, whatever it is. Try not to spoil the picks in here as they come up, because I would like all of us to react differently at different times when it's coming up on my screen here. So I would appreciate that. And that exactly, Terry. Please don't spoil picks today. Welcome in, Terry. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. All right. I'm sure that there's one that I'm missing in here that I wanted. Okay, right there. That's the one that I wanted. Yeah, I don't understand the John Ross comparisons at all, DC. It's because he's not John Ross. He's not the same player. John Ross couldn't slow down, couldn't run routes. He could run fast in a straight line. That was about it. And Xavier really is much more than that. So we'll definitely talk about it. All right. Okay. So we got a few things in here, and let's go ahead and get started, guys. Again, thank you guys for being here with me. Again, Ryan's going to be here at some point in the next hour. He'll be here before the Chiefs pick for sure. Ryan, thank you for your question coming in here. Using Jimmy Johnson's value chart for reference, I hope the Chiefs regain a third round pick by trading pick 133 and the pick from this team trade. Am I being realistic? So they can get back up to do that with 133 and the extra sneed pick. Do they want to? I don't know. I don't really know. We'll kind of see how that works out. The trade itself, value wise, yes, they can absolutely get back into the third round with those two picks. So it's an option. I don't know if they really want to do that right at this point. So it's just trying to figure out who's on the board. If the board starts shaping up in a way that they really like and they want to go get somebody, they're definitely going to go try to make that happen. Because right now, Brett Veach set the table. This is a draft where they're going to go get their guys. Like that's what they're going to do. So I really have a feeling that if someone is there and they like him, he's falling in the third round, they're definitely going to go get him. So absolutely. Make Avery a co-host. I would write playing Scrabble Junior with her mom. So I would love to make her the co-host, but she's learning words right now, and I think that's extremely important. So I'm going to go ahead and let her do that before movie time, and we can let her read all those things. Tracy, I don't know how to do that. I'm not as um, savvy with this as Ryan is, so maybe I'll do a little looking around and see. Oh man, I gotta. That's unfortunate. You're not wrong about that. She would learn some words for sure. German. What's going on, man? Jayhawk, thank you for the super chat. Spoiler, lift off and nuke it from orbit is the only way. That's going to be another one that I don't understand. So you're going to have to explain it to me. Maybe I do, but in context, without context, I don't have it right now. Appreciate the support as always, Jayhawk, and thank you for the super chat. You're going to have to do that one for me though, so I can get the context that I need. Otherwise, I'm just spitballing. But yeah, let's talk about Xavier Worthy, right? So off here, Benjamin Kosa, thank you for your question or your concerns. My concern is his longevity. I see this as a win now pick. I mean, yes, he's also young, so I understand the longevity concerns for smaller receivers and the injuries that can come with them at times. I absolutely understand it. Um, but you don't know until you know, right? Like it's not something that the Chiefs are going to know until it happens. He didn't get hurt a ton in college, and when he did, he had a broken hand 2 years ago, and he played through it. He played with the injury. So the grit, the want to play football and the love of football, love of the game to not miss games is there. So I understand. Like I said, it's tough in the NFL. We're going to see that the one thing I can say with certainty is that Andy Reid's not going to put him in positions to be like that to hurt himself on right off the gate. So he prefers to scheme guys into space. So that's all I can hope for, right? Okay, yes, I have seen Aliens. R.I.P. Bill Paxton. That was it's a great movie. I don't know the quote without the reference because I haven't seen it enough. So I do love the movie, and I love those movies specifically. Sigourney Weaver is one of the original badasses, women, female badasses in the industry, and she did a fantastic job in those movies. So absolutely, I like that a lot. I'm gonna get there, Terry. Don't worry. I got your I got your comment. I'm gonna get there. I promise. I'm just, it's a little bit more difficult to do this as myself when Ryan and I can help pick out your comments when other people are doing it. So I want to make sure that I'm giving questions and comments as much as I possibly can and seeing what I can while also trying to pay attention to what's going on the screen. But we still haven't kicked off the draft yet. So what do I know? What do I know? They're still over here introducing Michigan Wolverines. Come on, man. I'm upset. Iceberg, yes, I do believe he's going to be their return guy off the top initially. We'll see how that kind of goes with depending on who makes the roster. Andy Reid's basically said he's going to be their return guy. So yeah, I believe. Curtis, thank you for your thought here on Xavier Worthy. Multiple thoughts. They got their guy. I wish they would not have given up the third rounder. So I understand that they didn't give up the pick. They traded back into the fourth round. So it was essentially a pick swap, but it was going down to the area where I would think that they'd want to be with those top 100 picks, 95. And it is 95. Maybe they don't think the drop off from 95 to 130 is as big as it is, or they're just expecting to move up, which fair. You can move up on day two relatively easily in terms of value and teams' willingness to move around. So I again on the surface when initially happened, I did think it was giving up the third round pick, but they moved back 30-ish picks, or closer to 40 picks maybe, or 35, something like that, and they're still in striking distance to be able to trade up. So I understand the frustration with that. I get it for sure. I don't necessarily think it's going to be as big a deal as initially thought. Dirty, thank you for your comment on Worthy. I think Worthy would still have been there without the trade if not, we could have drafted the guy that went to Carolina. They didn't want Xavier to get. Like that's the thing. They wanted Xavier Worthy, and I don't think they make this trade up unless they think that either San Francisco or the Baltimore Ravens would pick him, because I think that that was probably the internal struggle here. Or Carolina trades up to get Xavier Worthy. The reason they wanted to get is because he's that other speed guy there. He's a bit more obviously more physical. He's a bigger guy, so I think they were a little bit worried about a team coming up in front of them or drafting Xavier Worthy in front of, and you can't know until it's there. You don't want to wait, right? You just don't want to wait it out, and I get it. Trust me, I fully understand. I really do. I get it. So it can be frustrating for sure. And just to let you guys know, the Bills have opened up. Now they are on the clock. There's about 4 minutes on my screen right here. There's about 4 minutes left before their pick has to be in, and we'll see what happens. Terry, this is what you were talking about. Disappointed since we gave up 95, and really, it's just more about moving back. They just moved back into the fourth round, so they don't have the third round. They have two fourths and now two fifths. That might be where they double up on multiple positions. It might be again where they have the ability to trade back into the third round. We don't know. Maybe they get higher than their 95. That's also a possibility. They can use that 131, 133 and use an extra pick, a future third round pick or something like that to move up even higher than they were originally. So that's something I'm looking at. I'm not super disappointed about it because I still think they're going to do some moving around. That's all. That's the thing for me is I do think they're going to end up moving around. And when they do that, it's going to be more difficult. I think it's going to look the totality of the draft is going to look different at the end. So try and stay in the moment of the totality of the draft before we assume that they're just not going to be able to get that player or that value later or earlier. Wait until we see everything that happens today and then tomorrow, and then you can say, oh well, they could have gotten this player there or things like that. That's kind of where I'm trying to stay in. Thank you for the super chat, Wild Mathis. We will see Wasp again. Love the worthy pick. It's definitely within the realm of possibilities to see that type of usage. Like he's got obviously that speed. They have multiple guys with speed, and I love the dynamic that's going to bring with Hollywood Brown this year and then going forward. I think he's going to just fill in to what Hollywood Brown's role is. So that's one of the things that I had talked about when they brought in Marquise Brown, that it was still okay. It was still on the table to draft Xavier Worthy because you can bring him along. And from there, you can just let him take on the role that Marquise Brown has right now. So, all right, you guys, it looks like the pick is in, and we are going to wait here for the Buffalo Bills to give us their pick with the New England Patriots on the clock at pick 34. And I will announce. Also, I'm just going to do the announce. I'm not going to show you guys what they're doing. I'll pull up my board while we're doing that, when we're talking through some of these players and things like that. And that's kind of how I'm going to treat this. I don't really want to use the ESPN thing. I'm just going to tell you guys what it is. So and I'll do my best to keep up on the actual picks, updated and things like that. So appreciate the super chat again, Wild Mathis. Wild Mathis. Minotaur, thank you for being here tonight. Looking forward to tonight. We are also looking forward to tonight. I'm glad to see y'all in here again and excited for day two. Day two can be fun. And I kind of fully expect the Chiefs to come back up into the third round, maybe even make a bigger splash and trade up in the second. It doesn't, again, it would not shock me at all. Let's see, what do we got here? All right, doing Bills roll call. Good Lord. All right, the Bills at pick 33 went Keon Coleman, who, again, I'm going to show you guys my board. Keon Coleman was my wide receiver 5. So right there off the bat, I'm seeing multiple. Oh, let's pull this back so I can actually get what I'm looking for here. All right, Keon Coleman gone off the board. So we see here Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, and Keon Coleman after Xavier Worthy on my board. So the Bills trade back and they get a big bodied receiver for them. And I like the pick. I think it's a good fit. Somebody that Josh Allen can just throw the ball down the field and trust he's going to go get it. And that's kind of what, with room to grow. He's also a young player. I believe he's 20 years old or 20, just turned 21, something like that. He's got better footwork than most people give him credit for. And I do think this is a growth ability. We already have a trade. So it looks like the Los Angeles Chargers have traded into pick 34. So now they are on the clock. The Patriots traded back. So it was the Patriots on the clock. They have now traded back and into where where the Chargers were. So there's that to say. Landon King, Ryan will be here within the hour. We're gonna have him on it whenever he gets done with his family obligations. So yeah, just hold out, hope for him, wait for him to get here. He will be here for sure. Mark Hernandez, thank you for your question. Your thoughts on wide receiver Brendan Rice? So while we're up here, I have Brendan Rice at the top of the 4th round. He's again an older prospect, a senior. The lineage is obviously there with his dad, but he's a much different player. He doesn't have outside juice in terms of a ton of speed. He is more of that Demarcus Robinson type of player. Lots of effort, physical. Like in my opinion, he might be the most. Well, he's a top 3 physical wide receiver in this class. Big, will block his ass off, be very, very physical, and also going to be a really big target in the red zone. That is something that he brings without question. So I like Brendan Rice on day 3, and he's definitely somebody that would be a nice double down if you go with a guy like Xavier Worthy. You bring in a more physical component to your offense. A guy like Brendan Rice would make a lot of sense if that's the Chiefs, what they want to do. So, all right. So yeah, I'm excited to see the pick is in for the Chargers. Again, they are picking it 34 after they traded up with the New England Patriots. I'm going to do my best here to get through questions while we are fielding trades and tons of different players and stuff like that. So, again, I like the Keon Coleman pick there to the Bills. So, who do you guys think the Chargers are going to pick right here? Wide receiver, right? Got to be a wide receiver. It's got to be AD Mitchell, right? Got to be AD Mitchell. Coat Leggett was drafted at pick 32 last night by the Panthers, who traded up. Why is AD sliding? Because he has some character concerns. That's the big reason. The stuff we see on tape with him not putting in enough effort and not caring enough. That would be my opinion. And Harbaugh would be a guy that thinks he could help pull that out of him. So let's go ahead again. No spoilers, please. I'm going to go ahead and announce the pick when I see it on my screen, and then we'll talk about it. Ridiculous. Okay. Yeah. Blake Corum, please. Yeah. Right. That'd be funny as hell. All right. That makes a lot of sense too. Lad McConkey to complement Quentin Johnston. So the Chargers trade up and get Lad McConkey at pick 34 to complement their outside receiver in Quentin Johnston. Makes a lot of sense. This is a great pick for the Chargers, specifically because he's going to fill the Keenan Allen role. That's what role he's going to fill. He's going to be the Keenan Allen player. He's going to be the guy that gets open, can just consistently get open at most of the short to intermediate parts of the field. So this is a good pick for them. Complements the guys they already have in Josh Palmer, Quentin Johnston. They have a speed guy in Darius Davis. Obviously, they drafted Joe Alt, offensive line there. So it's a good offensive structural move for for the Chargers. So makes a lot of sense. I like that. Again, I don't like that they picked him, but it's a good pick for him. So he is another one of my second round wide receivers now off the board. Excuse me. So right here we see Worthy, Coleman, Brian Thomas, Lad McConkey, Xavier Leggett, all gone. And the other second round grades I have are Adonai Mitchell, Troy Franklin, and Javon Baker still on the board at wide receiver. So yeah, it's a good pick. I like it. I like it for them. Willie, thank you for your question. Did the Falcons have auto draft feature on? What the heck? No, because they wouldn't have picked him. Auto draft wouldn't have. It would have picked JJ McCarthy if they was auto picked on quarterbacks. Like I don't get it. I don't get it, my guy. That's funny though. Callie, nice to see you. Dan, good. You're good, bro. They called that Xavier Worthy months ago. Every once in a while we get something right. Now, hopefully that I've gotten it right. They can develop him properly, unlike they've been able to do for most of their most of their players. All right, so another trade. The Arizona Cardinals have traded back with the Atlanta Falcons, who are trading up to 35. The first two picks have gone Keon Coleman to the Bills. Chargers trade up for Lad McConkey at pick 34. And now the Falcons are trading up with the Arizona Cardinals. What's this going to be for? I don't know. But my guess it would be a defensive player, right? Somebody like Johnny Newton. That's my guess. If I had to pick right now, if I had to say who it's going to be, the Atlanta Falcons are coming up to get Johnny Newton. So I'm going to lock that pick in and we'll see what happens from here on out. I'm seeing people say Spencer Rattler. That'd be funny. Oh man, I can see it now. Just going to get him. That's funny as hell. Oh, Jake, thank you for your question. Thanks for being a member with us as well. Buffalo trading out entirely. Yeah, their trade with us was sort of flat. What did they get from Carolina? I don't know what they got from Carolina. It couldn't have been much because they moved one spot up. So it would have to have been maybe a sixth or a seventh. If there's somebody that has that information handy that can help them out, it'd be great. But I would imagine it was like a sixth or something like that because there wasn't much to move up to do that. Um, I don't know. It did seem a little weird. One of the craziest things, I asked before the stream started or before the draft started, what was some of the crazy things that you guys were looking at and that you were excited about or really interested from yesterday? Curtis talking about the Raiders drafting Brock Bowers and they had a much bigger needs that were available. Definitely felt like it was a luxury pick, something I didn't expect to see the Raiders do. When you have Michael Mayer, like I understand the vision, you have that legitimate inline blocking tight end that can do more as a pass catcher than people really thought. Then you have your slot wide tight end, move tight end, whatever you want to call it, to be able to come in and be that slot player, that weapon that like we saw Sam Laporta, Dalton Kincaid. It's definitely more of a luxury pick in my opinion. So I'm right there with you, Curtis. Didn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay. So Joshua is telling me here that they swapped a fifth and a sixth. Okay. Not much. Not much at all. Interesting. But they're moving up to move back and still get the guy that they wanted. So I know you guys are going to be coming in. We're trying to do the best we can here to not spoil the picks. Announcing everything as it happens on my screen, and we'll make it work. Okay. So yes, if you don't know, the Arizona Cardinals traded out with the Atlanta Falcons, and now the Falcons are on the on the clock, and their pick is in. So we are going to see real quickly what comes of that. I'll get to another couple of questions here. Ralph, thank you for your question. I don't get the Ricky Pearsall hype coming from the Niner fans. So this to me would be a if they trade Brandon Ayuk, then he would come in and fill that role. Good route runner, can win with vertical speed at times, but a lot of times you see him running big timing routes over the middle of the field using his agility to get open and make yards after the catch. That would be the only thing that makes sense to me. Other than that, he's fine, but that's a big reach in the first round, in my opinion. All right, we got the pick coming in. And again, I think this is Johnny Newton. What? The Falcons picked Rook Orororo out of Clemson. I I I don't get this one at all. I don't get this one at all. What I've got a third round grade on Rook. We actually talked about him last night. Ryan and I, and he liked Rook. I like Rook too. He's a very good stout run defender. He's strong. He's long. But there's no chance that you needed to trade up to get this guy. No chance. Wow, 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 wow. Biz, Biz, that's good right there. Falcons are letting GPT make their picks. That's funny. Oh man. So the Falcons go up and get Rook Orohoro, who's a legitimate run defender. He's very strong. He's physical. The last 3 years, he has not done enough as a pass rusher, and he hasn't gotten any better. So this is a 100% bet on the room and the defense to train him up to become a pass rusher. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. Um, all right. So we've had two trades already. The Bills stayed pat at 33. They picked Keon Coleman. The Chargers came up to pick 35 or excuse me, 34 and got Lad McConkey. And then we just saw the Atlanta Falcons trade up and get Rook Ororo. And the Washington Commanders are on the clock right now with pick 36. And they have about 2.5 minutes left. All right. That's an interesting, very, very interesting wrench that was just thrown into the table right here. So again, here's my defensive line board. We've got Byron Murphy as the sole, first round pick caliber player. And then we've got my defensive tackle two, which is not on a lot of people's boards, and Dwayne Carter out of Duke, then Johnny Newton, then Chris Jenkins, Michael Hall, Braden Fisk, and then Rook Ororo. So I didn't have him that high, but again, day two grade, teams like who they like, they draft who they draft. Very interesting pick. So, and again, I think maybe Clemson doesn't develop their players very well. And this is an idea that, again, you get a really athletic guy with that length. He's got about 34-inch arms as a defensive tackle. And maybe they just play him at defensive end and then slide him inside to rush the passer. I don't know. But the interesting part about this maybe isn't necessarily the player, it's the trade up. Iceberg. Are they drafting for commercials? I don't know. Maybe. All right. Let's get back to some questions here. Whew. Kevin Pittman, thank you for your question. I'm with you, Dan. I'm so pissed Raiders have Mayer and Bowers with no quarterback to throw to them. Saddens me deeply. Absolutely. It's frustrating for fantasy people. It just independent of what we're seeing here. Like I just it's frustrating for me too. So I'm glad we're on the same field here. Appreciate you, Kevin. Quentin, thank you for your question. Sean Payton saying Bo Nix gave him the same feeling as Mahomes in 2017. We absolutely know that that's a lie because it's not true. It's just not true. Man, I don't know what Sean Payton is on, but ever since he got to Colorado, he's been a little bit, off his rocker. Yeah, please, if you guys could take 2 seconds to hit that like button. 647 of you here on day two at 6:30 p.m. Appreciate all the support, eyes watching as we get through here in the draft. Please take 2 seconds to hit that like button. It really helps us out. Very thank you, Aztec, for helping me out there. Stone, he is dead stone. You're probably right about that. Yep, I'm surprised Newton is still on the board as well. Kevin Pippin, thank you again for for another question. Off topic, Dan, but are you excited as I am for Alien Romulus? I am hesitantly surprised or excited. I'm I'm a Predator fan myself. I love both Alien and Predator, but what I've seen them do with Predator, what I've seen them do with Alien, I've been very underwhelmed. Prey was the first good Predator movie that I've seen since the original one. It's the first one good that I've seen. So Alien, the Prometheus stuff before I wasn't a huge fan of. So I'm excited for this one. I think they could have something here. So I'm just hopeful, right? All right, we got the commander selection coming in now. I didn't think Prey was mid. I thought it was just way better than everything else. You're probably they went back to the slow version, which is fine by me. Absolutely addicted gaming's corner. Arnold was the best Predator. All right. We get you're retiring Daryl Green's jersey, but come on now. We want to get to the pick here. This is pick 36, by the way. I said that out loud. I thought it. I absolutely thought it. I guess we got jersey coming out. All right. Well, while they're doing this, you guys, who do we think Washington's going to pick, huh? Washington's an interesting one for me. There's lots of different places they could go. It wouldn't surprise me to see maybe Jackson Powers Johnson, Christian Haynes go here. That definitely wouldn't shock me. Nealand. Yeah, I think it's gonna. I think O line makes sense for them right here, right? I don't know. Oh, and I'm also in Kansas City as well, or close to Kansas City. The storms are coming through. Chris, I did get your super chat. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Apologies, everybody. Again, I'm gonna get to everything when I get to it. I'm trying to manage the picks, questions, conversation. It's fun. We'll get there. I promise you, Chris. And I do apologize. All right, come on, come on. Good Lord, my guy. There we go. All right. This one is Johnny Newton. Washington Commanders stay at 36 and select Johnny Newton out of Illinois. He was falling a little farther than I expected him to, but he does go as one of the first four picks in the second round, excuse me. So Washington has taken the most people's defensive tackle two in the class. So makes sense. Not totally surprising. So there's that. Keaton Ward double dip at wide receiver. Yeah, I think so. Especially with the way that the picks are right now. I think that they absolutely will double dip. They need to, specifically going forward. Yeah, it did, Werewolf. That took forever to get through. My goodness. Chris, again, thank you very much for your super chat. As always, appreciate the support, man. Ideal pick tonight, regardless of where the selection is. Thanks for the commitment to the stream tonight. Yeah, always, man. Always gonna give you guys what we do. Like that's the what we want to do. We want to give you guys the content, and doing these streams are a ton of fun. So, ideal pick, I think, has to be Kingsley Suamataia for me right now. Trade up to go get him, and that would be my ideal pick. I don't care when it happens, how it happens. I think that for me, that's it. The New England Patriots are now on the clock at pick 37, and their pick is also in. Thank you very much for the $5, Chris, and your super chat, as well as the support. Like I said, always, always. William, thank you for your super chat. I love the worthy pick. Would you consider Jermaine Burton as a realistic option for an X later today or tomorrow? Sure. I mean, I would consider it. I would more likely consider it in the fourth round just because of his character stuff and off field concerns. I have him graded at the end of the third. So maybe they trade up into the end of the third to get someone like that, but I'd prefer it on day three. Appreciate the super chat, man. Excuse me. All right, we got someone announcing the Patriots pick right now. And it is Jalen Polk at the 30s at pick number 37 to the New England Patriots. So Drake May gets a reliable hands receiver, downfield threat, doesn't have that speed, but you can play him inside, you can play him outside. Ryan is much more of a fan of Jalen Polk than I am. I think he's going to be a legitimate 2-3, probably closer to a 3-2 with two upside. With that size that he has, I worry about his ability to consistently create space in the NFL, but he catches everything. He's got plus effort, good blocker, and he finds space and catches the football. So that makes a lot of sense. Yes, Ryan's going to be very pissed, Kevin, where he sees that Polk is now gone. And again, I had him in the third round. So a little early for me, but I understand it. There was talk about him going in the first round, and the love for Jalen Polk was not wrong. A lot of people really liked him. So at pick 37, the New England Patriots get their quarterback, a reliable weapon to match with Pop Douglas, who was a very good shifty player. So I like the fit specifically. Jake, thank you for the 10. Best case scenario, Worthy is a worthy wild pick and proves to be productive. Rasheed gets better. What are the odds Marquise Brown stays in KC after the year's up? If he stays healthy and plays well, very, very minimal. He will get a better contract somewhere else, and the Chiefs won't pay him. So I don't believe he's going to stay in Kansas City myself. Brett Veach has also said he's only here for a year. He kind of expects him to be here for a year. So that's kind of how I'm operating this right now. I don't necessarily think that he got an opportunity to stay here longer unless he again gets maybe hurt or doesn't have the best year and they get him at a cheaper deal. All right. Now that the list is getting much longer, we'll pull up the picks because that way you guys can see everything. All right. So present. Would appreciate no spoilers, amateur hour. Yes. Sorry, guys. I'm just working on pulling up the picks so we can all see what we've got going on here. So this is the second round right now. Keon Coleman, Lad McConkey, Rook Orohoro, Johnny Newton, and Jalen Polk. And right now, the Titans are on the clock, and their pick is in. So both the Falcons and the Chargers traded up to do this to get their guys, and the Patriots traded back and then picked Jalen Polk. So that's what we're looking at right now. I don't know if Charles is announcing a pick today. That's not something I know off the top of my head, but I'm sure someone's got it somewhere. Addicted Gaming, thank you for your question. Dan, I want Zach Zinter tomorrow. You think he'd be a good replacement for Tooney next year? I think they're going to extend Tooney personally, but I do think he'd be a fantastic replacement for um, Trey Smith because I don't think Trey Smith is going to get paid in Kansas City. So that's me. That's my opinion. But no, I would rather pay the player, extend the player, than give a huge contract to a guy that has played up and down. And I like Trey Smith, but at the end of the day, I'd rather extend a guy like names just flown out of my head. Joe Tooney. My God, I appreciate the question. JJ, thoughts on grabbing Pooney to be our new Allegretti? I'd love to grab him. The problem is he's not going to be a new Allegretti. You're going to draft him on day two. He is a bona fide day two pick, and I love him. He would be one of your best guys. Like just play him. Like he would just be a play your best guys kind of player. Dustin, I would extend him because he's an All Pro player, even while he's 33 years old. That's why I'm extending him. Pretty cut and dry to me. Steve Harold, thank you for your question. Would the Chiefs be interested in Melton, considering his athletic ability, and everything that we've seen about him? EJ Holt, who did our cornerback stuff, is really high on him. He did his film grades and stuff like that. He rated as like I think top three, top four in the cornerback athletic matrix grade. So yes, I do believe they'd be interested in him for sure. All right, so there's a couple of reoccurring themes here. I see people asking why Kool-Aid is still there. I see people asking why AD Mitchell is falling. AD Mitchell is falling because of his character concerns. They're legitimate character concerns. Okay, there are, and people don't believe that that he plays to the speed at which he ran, and that's another concern. And it's mostly got to do with off field character concerns, and then the effort on the field is why AD Mitchell is falling. All right, Titans pick is in, and I understand that the Rams have traded up to 39. So we got the Tennessee Titans picking here. Oh, it updated before. Wow. Wow. All right. So we all expected Tavondre Sweat to fall down to day three, but he did not around fall down to day three. Tavondre Sweat comes off the board here for the Tennessee Titans. Interesting. I mean, he again, at least on my defensive interior D line group, I had him down further because of the character concerns. But he was around 4 or 5 graded defensive tackle for me. So the fit, it makes sense next to one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. So yeah, that it makes more sense in that at that area. So yeah, Now we have Tavondre Sweat off the board. I think I need to update my actual board here really quickly. Tavondre Sweat has been selected. Jalen Polk was selected. All right. No, never mind. I think I'm updated. I think we're good. All right. All right. I got that. All right. All right. So now we have the Rams on the board at pick 39. Very interesting. Game of Mahomes, thank you for your question. Top 5 needs you want to see filled and how you go about doing so. So if they stay with the situation now, I need to see a tackle taken now in the second round. I need to see that first and foremost. Period. Then I'm taking wide receiver. I'm not going to give you an order. I'm just going to just going to throw players out there. Wide receiver needs to be addressed on day 3. You can also take an interior offensive lineman. Would not shock me at all to see that be a need. Defensive tackle is still a need, and I think that they're going to take a running back. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions needs, and kind of however order you feel like. Outside of tackle, I think tackle needs to be right away. My apologies, Addicted. I wasn't trying to miss your question. Sometimes I don't always get them out. Booker, would he be a good fit? The man just makes plays. So Austin Booker is a huge bet on athleticism because the dude doesn't know how to play football, and he knows how to make plays. Kind of just guesswork. It seems like it's guesswork to me because I watch him. I'm just like, this dude doesn't really know what he's doing. Hey, Ryan's here.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
There he is. I was about to say I can't hear him, but there he is.
I was trying to be respectful and not interrupt the flow.
Oh, you're good. No, you are good. Good. This is right. We get the Rams trade up to pick one of the most athletic players in the draft. Braden Fisk goes off the board.
I like that in here. You can see I was expecting the wide receiver run to be a little bit more pronounced right now, but certainly the D line. I was surprised Johnny didn't go last night, and now it's like bam, bam, bam. I had hopes that Aurora would last into the 50s.
I could not believe Aurora went.
I'm a little surprised. It's banking on athletic ability again, just size, length. You had a good point last night, though. Progression hasn't really been there, has it? So you can't say that about Braden Fisk. Braden Fisk is, I think, did he take you as by surprise in Mobile as he did for me?
Yes. And again, I hadn't watched a ton of his tape. Yeah, no, he wasn't a true standout. He didn't dominate practices. Much like Michael Penix didn't dominate practices, and yet he was drafted at 8. I'm sorry. I have to get this off my chest. You can't watch the Senior Bowl and say that he deserved to be taken at 8. You can't do it. I'm sorry.
No, that's
not there.
What got him there.
We watched him. No, I know. It's frustrating. But regardless, tackle, defense tackle run. What do you think?
I know the Chiefs need one, so I'm a little frustrated. Like I said, I thought Aurora would be mid-round, mid-second, if not maybe even fall some because of everything that we talked about. So he was kind of my ace in the hole. Like, hey, if somebody's gonna not get taken where I think it is, I was thinking it was him. Now it looks like it's Chris Jenkins is the guy that's fallen because on my board, I had Newton in the 30 to 32 last night, and then I had Jenkins, Aurora, Fisk all in a row. And so 2 of those 3 have gone. So is Chris Jenkins next? That's probably my question. And no, we didn't coordinate the hat choice there, Rosifus. But Dan's quicker than me. I could have swapped it out, but Dan's got it down.
No, I saw him put it up there. I'm like, okay, we'll switch out.
And DC, thank you for this. I was going to let this sit for a bit, but everybody called me crazy when I was like, he's top 50 guy. And, everybody called Schrager absolutely crazy, even me. And I said, hey, I have him in the top 10 of the second day. And that's exactly where he goes.
I know it's not Bill Belichick. Still the Patriots.
Yeah.
They did take Tyquan Thornton in the second round.
Yeah.
Let's not forget. And N'Keal Harry in the first round. Let's not forget.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're trying to say that I'm wrong and it's because it's the Patriots.
No, I'm just saying it just so happens that Jalen Polk went that high to the Patriots. I'm not willing to just say everybody was like all on the Jalen Polk train. I think that the Patriots might have been on the Jalen Polk train, which again, like him, I had a day 2 grade on him. Really going to catch everything. Reliable player for a young quarterback. That it's a good fit for a quarterback that needs players he can trust. You can trust Jalen Polk. That dude's going to catch the football. I can promise you that. Yes,
thank you, Dustin. Yes, I am. I mean, he was never going to last at 64. So, I still do anticipate, and I don't know about you, Dan, but I've been hearing all day, teams are wanting to trade up. Teams are making calls. Chiefs are among them. I do think if they package these fourths, they can move up some. I don't know how much.
Good Lord. You're right, though, about the trades. The Eagles traded up to 40. The Saints just traded up to 41. The teams are moving up the board.
Yeah.
This is kind of insane.
I'm a little surprised that they stuck. Titans stuck for Sweat. Okay. So I was like, I don't know. Like, I was a little surprised he went this high in the first place. But if they had traded up, I'd be like, do y'all understand how this works or not? Titans are going power. I mean, that's evident. They are very clear about wanting to get that done.
Absolutely. I mean,
what do you think?
I don't know. We had Tavondre Sweat end of day 2 into day 3. But apparently they did their due diligence. I don't know. I don't know. My thing about the due diligence part is that he had just gone through tons of team meetings, tons of them. And right after it, he has this problem. After he told teams to their face, I'm not going to have problems. You turn around and you do the same thing and you have a problem. No.
You're either going to be a redemption story or it's going to be, why did you guys do this? You know what I mean? Like, it's what it's going to come back to. I don't know. What I'm keyed up about right now is if I'm the Chiefs, I'm trying to get in here in the next 10 picks. That's what I'm aiming for. See what the Eagles do here, but
real quick,
I'm surprised there
aren't
more wide receivers. Man, you nailed it so well on the wide receiver group last night. I got to think that they want somebody else that they can even out their wide receiver room since they've paid everyone else, right? But I look at their depth chart and it doesn't seem like it's fit. But what would help Jalen the most, right? In my opinion, it's probably a tight end that you can actually rely on to not get hurt. So this is about as early as I could see Sinnott going. I don't know about you.
Yeah. I'm going defense. They got to get a corner. Like, it's got to be DeJean, right?
Could be. I don't know. I'm a little nervous. If he falls
they want to play more
here or shortly,
they want to play more zone coverage, right? They bring in Fangio. Fangio's their defensive coordinator. So they want to run more
absolutely
zone.
Right, because there he went. That's the pick. Cooper DeJean. Is it DeJean or DeJean? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I've always gone DeJean. I don't know.
I ain't too worried about
it. That's funny.
Well done, Daniel.
That's back-to-back corners, by the way. So they're probably going to end up playing DeJean. You see, you got me doing it. DeJean as a safety / cornerback. Like, that's probably what they're going to do. They took they took Quinyon Mitchell as the physical guy who played a ton of zone at Toledo. It's not his best fit. but he knows he plays a ton of zone. He's played it before. And now you bring in another zone safety / cornerback return guy is going to fill out all of those different roles for you. Who's got a nose for the football.
Yeah. It's going to be a great fit in the Fangio defense. And I think he can do, if he can make the adjustment, he's certainly got the athleticism, but I mean, I'm a little surprised it fell this far. It's got to be the medical. I can't think of another reason. If it is something else, I'd be distressed, is what I would be.
Yeah, for sure.
Kevin, what happened to Barry retiring a chief like Charles Johnson, Holly, and Bo? Did he ever even file his paperwork? I don't know. And I do think you have a point, Kevin. That Kevin, sorry, I always do that to you. I do think that would have been.
I'm sorry,
better
Kevin. I did the same thing. I'm sorry.
I'm terrible.
I apologize. I don't know. It's weird, right? It's a little weird. Maybe there's something that rubbed him the wrong way. I don't know.
Could be. I mean, he was always a kind of a quiet dude. Maybe he's just enjoying retirement and not really thinking about making a fuss. I don't know. Doug Freak, hope you're doing well. Man, just got to the podium and announced the draft. Can't be staying up till 5 a.m. 3 nights in a row. You are a baller just to have hung in this long. I mean, what is it in Britain right now? 2 a.m.?
Yeah, it's about 3 more hours left. Yeah, it's about 2 a.m.
Yeah, dang.
This also.
Okay, so the Saints are on the clock. They traded with the Pack. Go ahead.
Well, I got Taysom Hill up here doing a pick. Come on, man. Dude's already a 5-tool a piece of offensive machinery for you. Now you have him announcing draft picks too? That's just wrong.
Well, and I tell you, he looks like he's their CPA, I got to tell you. It didn't look like a guy that was on the field. They'd go with Kool-Aid, a guy that I put on the thumbnail for this one, because one thing that I did want to point out to Chiefs Kingdom is that Veach has mentioned corner twice, predominantly, in being one of the things that they need to get done. So I thought if you were going to have a fit, I thought Kool-Aid might be it.
It was Kool-Aid. I'm not trying to downplay what L'Jarius Sneed does. He would be the replacement. He would. That's what he would do. He's not going to play in the slot like L'Jarius does, but he's going to play physical man coverage. He will come downhill and run support. And that is also a very Saints pick. Dennis Allen loves to play physical defense, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
His mom looks so relieved.
Yeah, right. Woo! Thank you.
Right? I don't blame her a bit. I mean, it's a good group there. So back-to-back DBs after a pretty good run on defensive tackles, couple of wideouts there. So again, I think the league has taken a step back and said, there's so much wide receiver depth, we're not going to push them artificially and go chase them down.
And because I led off the stream talking about a defensive run because there were only single-digit defensive players taken on day one. This was going to happen, and it is happening right now before our eyes. And the Houston Texans are on the clock with pick 42, and their pick is in. So we are going to do the best we can to get through comments and conversations. We will hit every super chat, understand as best we can, because it's going to go really fast. Now it's going to go a little faster. Yeah. So it's not last night where we had 10 minutes between picks. We've got like 5 minutes, and most of the time they come in. So we'll do what we can.
They know where they're going, man. It loosens up a lot. I tell you what, if you can narrow up that window that you have on the screen, I don't think we're missing anything. If you narrow the width of it, we'll be able to shrink it down, and we won't have to flip back and forth as much. And we can go to probably this view and just make that fit. Yeah, you can probably go down even a little bit more. I got mine to go down to almost nothing on the same page. So, and speaking of, we're going to get to the questions as well. So what's the new wide receiver depth chart? And we even need Kelsey to be a wide receiver 1 anymore. I mean, it gives Travis a breather. I mean, let's be real. They've accomplished that goal. But I'm not ready to say that Xavier, and I did call him in the recap. You're going to see the recap video this weekend as well. just so you can see our reaction specifically to the pick. A lot of people are up in arms at how dare we overreact about the value. Brett Veach downplayed the value that he had to give away, but he did make it very clear. Nobody wanted our picks because they're so late. Nobody wants what we have, so we had to give stuff away. And, that's where we're at. And in retrospect, we were right that it was a lot to give up, but it's also true there was no way that they didn't have to. So it was part of it.
And again, we have to I just think we have to remember that the Chiefs talk about top 100 picks very highly. They speak highly of them. So that's the only reason I even was like, is that too much to go do this? That's the only reason I even thought about it.
Yeah, no, and I'm the same way. And I'm even a little bit more adamant than they are. Clearly, the cost of doing business is what it is. But that said, given everything you just gave up for Xavier Worthy, we're going to have the recap to go over the merits of the player and the pick from last night. So look for that. And when I did it, I put on the thumbnail. He could be the X factor, and that's what I'm going to call him until he proves me otherwise. So I know that Dante's in our history, but I'm going to go with it for now. And that's the thing, is it could be anywhere from he leaves camp as wide receiver 3 or 5. Because I'm not ready to say that he can jump into the offense. I think he's going to have a pretty good stretch, but I'm not sure he can jump in automatically and beat out Sky Moore, and probably not Justin Watson either. But that's okay. I think it'll be a thing similar to Rashid where it will come on as the season goes on.
Fair. I think early in the season, he's going to be out there with Sky Moore because we know Rashid Rice is going to be not on the roster for at least a few games. So I think Sky Moore is going to take over. Yeah. And again, this is right now. I think Sky Moore is going to do what Rashid Rice was doing because, again, that is what he should have been doing all along. And as soon as he goes away, I think Xavier is going to stay. And it's going to be Worthy, Rice, and Marquise Brown. Like, that's what I believe it's going to be, what it should be. And you'll rotate Justin Watson in there too, because those 4 should probably play the most.
I agree.
Updating you guys, the Texans selected Kamari Lassiter, defensive back out of Georgia, cornerback. He's not playing safety, I don't think. Maybe he is, I don't know. But he has really good short area quickness. He's a physical guy, can play through the catch point, and is not afraid to be physical. He doesn't have the best long speed. So you're probably going to want him either bump and run or play off coverage. And they play a lot of cover 2, cover 4 stuff in Houston. So it makes sense to get another zone corner who can come downhill quickly, use that change of direction, and be physical.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight him as well. Good timing. I actually moved him over to safety because I think in a robber role that can drop down or maybe just play specifically in space. I love the way he plays. I'm disappointed that he isn't faster because he plays faster on film. He understands the angles and the things he has to watch for. So I really think that he's going to be comfortable in space, maybe even as a safety. I would have liked him in Kansas City, I got to tell you.
Yeah, I had him on. I had him on day 2, second round, firm.
Mr. Minotaur, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Can't wait to hear Jamal Charles today. I'm looking forward to it too. I was hoping that there was a possibility he could be selecting another Longhorn. I thought Sweat might wait till then, but evidently that's out the door. The last Longhorn on my list that I think is viable here in the second round is the other receiver. Are you surprised that Mitchell's still out there?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
The playing on the field stuff is so concerning. It's so concerning. And if you go into the meetings and the interviews and the process elaborates it and they get the feeling that it's just who you are, you think that's going to make teams want to draft you? No. It's going to rub them the wrong way. If you don't want to be locked in 100% of the time and say, this tells me that he doesn't love the game of football. He's just really good at it.
That's a fair bet. I am concerned about it as well. But you know what? I given that fact, I don't know. even if he were there, if I'd be interested in that because of the positional value. And we'll have to see who else is around at the time. But I was a little surprised as the Cardinals pick is coming in now. We'll give you that here in a second. It's obviously going to take a minute. I was a little surprised that Keon Coleman was the first receiver off the board at the top of the second. Were you?
A little bit. But it does seem like that was kind of a pivot point, right? Maybe they were eyeing AD Mitchell and they didn't like the process, how the process went through with him. And we've talked about Keon Coleman. I've got the breakdown if you guys are interested in what he's going to be with the Bills. That's always something to look at. But I think that it's getting one of those trusted receivers. I think he's someone that is going to be trusted by Josh Allen and grow, because again, he's young. He's 20 years old or 21, very, very young still. So a lot that they can do.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Just trying to make sure I'm getting everybody crossed off here. It looks like I'm caught up. Looks like the Cards are going Max Melton. So Max Melton is the top athlete at the cornerback position in this class. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I had hopes. I always have hopes, but
boy, this DB run is something.
Yeah.
I was saying not to sleep on these DBs.
Yeah. I had Max a little bit farther down. I was hoping he was gonna, just lull teams to sleep a little bit. Let's see, how far down did I have him? I had him at the bottom of the third because everything that I heard was they're not going to let his athleticism overrule the tape, and they're going to wait on it. Okay. Liars.
Yep.
Now I'm mad.
Yeah, he's, again, especially at cornerback, when you're looking at this run, I think this was the DBs are going. He's not lasting to the third round. We're not going to be able to get him there. We need to pick him now. That's what this felt like with this DB run, because there were a lot of guys going.
And that is the nice thing I have to say. Oh, wow, they were quick.
Yeah, they are.
All right. Did they just say Super Bowl champion? It's only been 30 years, right?
Yeah, right.
40 years?
Are they bringing somebody on who was? Is this?
Oh, yeah,
I was just about to ask this. Is this going to be Spencer Rattler?
I don't know. Maybe. Jackson Powers Johnson.
JPJ. The last first-round pick on my board is now gone.
There you go. So, no. Evidently, even QB-hungry teams are not going to be terribly interested in Rattler yet. I still have him in the third, so I don't think he gets out of the day. Do you?
No, I've got him at the bottom of the second. Like, that's where I've got him graded, and that's where I think he'll probably go. But he's going to get drafted today. I'm pretty confident in that.
The top three interior offensive linemen are now off the board. And Powers Jackson Powers Johnson. I always do that backwards. He's going to be something. He's going to be something for the Chiefs to deal with, to tell you the truth. They're going to line up, and they're going to have to take it to him. I mean, I'll take Derek Nottie holding his own against doubles against him, because I do think that he has a tendency to rise a little bit. I think Nottie plays nice and low. But Turk, I don't know. That's going to be a challenge for him, because I think JPJ gets his feet moving pretty well. What is up, Miss Avery?
They did announce him as a guard too, so just watch for that, because that's I said. He's a swing interior player, and he's going to be announced as a guard. So, all right. So we've got guard. Oh, sorry, the Green Bay Packers pick is in. Good night, sweetheart. I love you. And they are flying today.
Yeah, they are, and I'm digging it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, NFL. Oh, okay. Since we're waiting on them a little bit, let's get to Chris's question. Thank you, Chris, again for the support.
Oh,
sorry for my impatience.
Don't worry about it, Chris.
You're doing great.
It's all good, man.
All those hours. Yeah. Thank you for the support, though. We do appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys.
Are you surprised that Adonai hasn't gone yet? Yep. Okay. So typical. I'm sorry. Tipsical. Yeah, that was my point a little bit ago. So
I just want to say we have nearly 1,000 people in here, and the Chiefs aren't picking until another 20-ish picks from now. So thank you guys so much for being here, talking to the draft with us. Because Honestly, I'm still expecting a trade up. Like the tackles have not gone. This is starting to get interesting. It's starting to get a little into that territory where we might see a trade up for one of these guys, in my opinion. Maybe I'm just higher on them than the league is, which is fair. But I only have 2 guys graded in the second round. So I don't know.
You're not terrible. I have a few more than that, but there's only 3 in the second, and I have Paul high in the third, midish in the third. So I think that they could. A.D. Mitchell at 64 or tackle at 64. That's what we were talking about before. Chiefs might be one of the teams that have him off the board. This fall to this point, we are now mid 40s, correct? Yep. I think that's indicative of something going on across the league. We heard a couple of days ago that there are at least 8 teams that I'm aware of that took him off the board completely. I don't know who they are. I just know the number was at least 8. So maybe the Chiefs are one of those. Sure. I'm starting to look here at trade objects. Let me switch windows here real quick. As Edgerrin Cooper, my linebacker 1 goes off the board.
Mine as well.
To the pack. Yeah.
Mine as well.
Rock and roll.
Both of us. That's the upside play right there.
The way you think.
That's a guy who can probably do all of it. Also, we have a trade. The Carolina Panthers have traded into pick 46.
Okay, so if I just do so if I make it that narrow down, we can keep the whole thing up there.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Oh, well, if you're sharing that, I'm going to take mine off. No reason to have that up there, too.
Cool. You throw your board up then, and we'll just use yours for the for today. Because I am behind in marking guys off on mine. And day 3, I'm going to be a mess, folks, in terms of clearing my board. So be prepared. I do like Coop. We both had him as our linebackers 1. So still was not near the athlete that Willie Gay was. So it was never really a question of trying to replace him, but that's all right. 46 here. Mush Muhammad comes up to make the actual call. He's very excited too. Very excited.
So excited.
And I don't blame him. Not a running back gone yet. Am I incorrect, buddy?
No running backs, no safeties. Unless you count Cooper DeJean.
No, Siri, I wasn't talking. No way.
That's ridiculous. Why don't you take to consoling Thundaria?
Oh, Thundarius. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Oh my
UGA,
what's going to Rivals. I know. It sucks, man. It sucks. You know how I feel about the Bulldogs. I got family and stuff, and I got more texts last night from my family than I got from anybody else. So it is what it is. What are they doing here?
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
Oh, did you already see?
No, I'm just like, we're sitting here waiting. This dude needs to stop talking.
And there it goes. The first running back.
Oh, my goodness.
Jonathan. Okay. I had him as running back 1.
I did too.
The injury was fairly significant. So how do you see him as a rookie?
That just depends on the process of the injury. They have 2 guys in there, Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard, who are actually decent NFL running backs, productive NFL running backs. So the plan has to be that they are not going to make him be the guy right away. This is a pick for next year.
That's my thought.
Because unless they're going to just cut Chuba Hubbard or Miles Sanders, maybe they just cut Miles Sanders straight out and just say, you're too expensive and we're not going to pay for you anymore after we gave you that contract 2 years ago, which is possible. But to be honest, he's one of those guys that has true 3-down workhorse ability in the NFL. Jonathan Brooks he's the smoothest runner in this class. He is a legitimate pass protector. He can do that. He catches the ball well, and he's got good contact balance. I don't think he runs behind his pads enough, but he's more of one of your finesse guys, but is not afraid to go and put his shoulder down every now and then. He's got pretty good vision. Will make guys miss in space. He's calm with craziness around the backfield. So all in all, he's a good player. I had him in the middle of the second round. So I mean, grade wise, this is where he is for me. But we all know that pick valuation plays into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I had him going like 2 or 3 picks earlier, right at the outer limit of the first third, so at 42 or 43.
Gotcha.
So we both had him right in the same kind of range. We'll see what happens. I'd love to see a running back run right now. Let's keep the tackles off the board, folks. Keep my offensive
not going to be a
tackles names out of your
mouth.
mouth.
Not going to be a running back run. A running back run. Get out of here.
Shut up. Come on. Speak it into existence.
This should be A.D. Mitchell for the Giants.
In New York? You like
Honestly,
that? You like that?
It should. You pair A.D. Mitchell with Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson, you actually give your quarterback, Daniel Jones this year, maybe somebody next year, the opportunity to do something. But this, knowing the Giants, it's probably going to be a defensive tackle, a defensive end that are gone.
Honestly,
I don't know. I don't see them doing the right thing.
That's fair. I am going to switch gears and we're going to check our lads. And let's take a look at them.
Good idea. The pick's in though, so we're going to have to wait for like 5 minutes while they do commercials and they talk.
Right. So for those you don't know, our lads, they do a great job and they update the depth charts constantly. So obviously they traded for Brian Burns, so they're not going edge. I don't think, obviously with the investment in Thibodeau, you're going to be fine. Like you said, Dan, Jalen Hyatt's there as your deep threat. I don't know that Mitchell would be considered just a deep threat, so I think that there's still room there. That'd give you a hell of a room with.
Neighbors. They just drafted Neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, could you go back to back? I don't know. You would like to see that though. Like that's a heck of a combo, and like you said, you're getting that done. But I'm looking over here. Stinney at guard. I don't know.
Maybe this
happy
is Christian Haynes,
John
then?
Bunyan? I can't say that I would be.
Maybe this is Christian Haynes.
Oh yeah, that is a good call there.
That would actually be a smart and good pick for them.
Yeah, smart and good. I like. You got me. I'm going to go watch Rounders tonight after that little comment there, pal.
All I know is that after this process is over, I need to watch Tombstone because I've never seen it and people keep talking about it. Like still, I've never seen it, so we're going to do that.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm serious. I've just never watched it.
All right, so I'll just tell you this: go watch it. Yes, you should definitely watch it. It's a great movie. And when you get to the pool table scene. I stole a piece of that, and we actually call one of my kids by that nickname from that movie.
Fantastic. We just my dad never watched Westerns growing up. Like it wasn't something that we did a lot of, and just wasn't a thing. So yeah, and I've gotten more into like the style of Westerns, trying to, I know Yellowstone isn't like a 1-for-1 thing, but I liked that type of show and the style of that's more a modern type of Western. So we'll see.
Yeah, I do like it. It took me a while to come around on it, but I do like Yellowstone. And honestly, kudos to them because I thought the prequel was even better.
Oh, really? The one with Harrison Ford?
No, the one with Tim McGraw, to tell you the truth. I thought that one.
I thought there was a prequel with I thought there was one with Harrison Ford, but okay.
There is.
Blazing Saddles is not a Western.
A Western.
Just because it's based off does not mean it. We've seen Blazing Saddles too. Now, come on now.
The Giants are making their selection, and it is safety Tyler Nubin.
Oh my
Productive
goodness.
as a senior.
See, they don't do the right thing. They don't do the right thing.
Nope. I have 1, 2, 3 safeties above him on this board. You?
He is my safety one. Like he is.
Yeah.
Okay. But I
I
would
have
have
Bullard Bishop and
Bullard.
Taylor Demerson above him.
I'm not going to argue a ton with safety rankings. It's not a great safety class. Just isn't.
Yeah,
I love Jaden Hicks. I personally love Jaden Hicks. I think he might end up being the best impact safety wherever he ends up, whatever team he ends up going to. But real quickly here, thank you very much for being in here, Stevie Keys, and gifting 5 subs or memberships to Rogue Nation. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you very much,
Stevie.
Appreciate you. You were about to say something that
okay, I am going to try to answer. Oh, you're fine. I'm going to try to answer a question with a question, because I do.
Oh, okay. I got
you. If I can pull up my board from last year, and I will put it on screen. I'm looking for it right now, you guys.
And Jacksonville's on the clock with pick number 48, and the pick is in. Looks like they're about to announce. I don't know why everyone's so upset. We didn't watch Western. It's not my fault. Like, geez, chill out.
That's hilarious. Mason Smith, LSU tackle, off the board.
I'm so mad at them.
Another guy with great length, good power, good anchor. What else you got, Dan?
I'm upset. Okay. I'm upset. That's what I got. Mason Smith has the most upside of any LSU defensive tackle. Any of them.
Yep.
And he's got a ton.
Agreed.
He has a ton of pass rush tool bag. He's got a really big pass rush tool bag. His biggest problem is consistency and using them in that run. Also, he plays extremely high. He can just get dislodged by double teams. He prefers to try to knife his way in, but he doesn't shed as well. None of the LSU guys shed very well. None of them do. So there is just a lot of upside, a lot of athletic ability, the power. Go watch him against Missouri. That's what I want you guys to do after this is over. He's not in Kansas City, obviously, so you don't have to. But watch him against Missouri, and it's just, oh, boy.
Yeah.
But I'm upset about this. I'm very upset. But Cincinnati's on the clock with pick 49. The pick is in.
I'm sorry, buddy.
You can't revoke my brisket, Bard.
What grade?
Get out of here. Stop it, y'all.
Westerns do not get you brisket.
No.
What grade did you have on Puka Nacua last year, and why wasn't he noticed by teams? Well, I will tell you this, and Dan will back me up. He was noticed by us. We walked out of Mobile with some buzz for him, and I'll show you my board. I had him in the 5th, I want to say. I lied. I had him in the 6th. I think you were higher on him than me, right?
I do believe so. I think I had him in the 4th, if I'm not mistaken. But that was, again, you're projecting a BYU wide receiver to the next level. It's tough to do that realistically. So saying I have a tweet, by the way. I have a tweet saying that he's the best kept secret in this draft. It's a legitimate tweet. I tweeted it like in the beginning of March of last year before the draft. So we were on Puka Nacua. He was there. We wanted the Chiefs to draft Puka. It did not happen. So we were absolutely on him.
And I think we hit it in our when we were down in Mobile the first time that we put any media out on. I think he was in our first little daily recap. I had Addison and JSN at the top. I had Perry coming up in the 3rd. He had a decent start, better than Jonathan Mingo, I think, as a rookie. We'll see what happens next. Trying to look. It looks like somebody thinks Michael Wilson is going to be a starter. I'm interested in that. And there goes Chris Jenkins.
Right now he is.
He is, right? Yeah. He's in Arizona, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm interested by that. Everyone gave me crap for having him as a 4th rounder, but
I think I had him in the 4th round too.
Did you? Good.
Good. Yeah, good
Okay, there
tape. It
goes
was
Chris
just injuries.
Jenkins. Yeah, exactly. It's tough at that Stanford offense. You know, it's never going to give you everything that you need. You gotta be able to project, and you gotta be able to see where he's going. So, Chris Jenkins, obviously Mason Smith off the board. It has been a defensive interior run, which I think is a sneaky need for the Chiefs, but I'm not terribly concerned because all these D tackles are pushing all the offensive tackles down, and I'm good so far.
Yeah,
Kevin,
my guys are still here too, so I'm okay.
A rock and roll. If Treylon Burks does not pan out in Tennessee, could you see Veach trying to take a shot at him, especially since he likes to take chances on higher round picks that don't always pan out? Absolutely. As a value pick, when he gets released, I was not very high on him coming out. But he does have certain skills that this offense in particular could probably take advantage of. You got to get him to understand where he needs to go. That's the problem. Once he's outside of 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, I think he gets lost. I don't think he understands what he's seeing in front of him. It's an education thing, in my opinion, because I think as long as he can manage his weight, he's still a decent athlete.
He is a power slot. Point blank. Can't win on the outside. Doesn't run good routes. Really doesn't win the ball vertically. He's a power slot.
And there goes your Michigan Wolverine. It is Mike Sainistral.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's a good pick.
They just lost Fuller, right? So that does make a whole lot of sense.
That's a fantastic pick for them.
Yeah.
Pound for pound, the toughest player in the draft. Easily.
Yeah.
Pound for pound, the toughest player in the draft. He's and the fact that he uses his ball, like his wide receiver training to better himself as a corner, I love. You don't even see a lot of guys do that. You really don't. But he very much sees the field extremely well.
I'm with you. Okay, I just had another idea. I think I have a way to do this correctly.
No, go for it. I'm going to answer some questions. Zach Jackson, are we feeling good about how the board is falling? I am. I mean, I would prefer to see a defensive tackle get to the Chiefs. I think it's a pretty big need personally. Corner, I still think is a need, but you got some players here. But tackle-wise, it looks better than I expected it to, but also not all that different because I have 2 tackles ranked in the second round. I had 2 of them. There is a pocket. Sorry, I had 3. One was taken in the first round. There's a big pocket, and this is exactly what Brett Veach was talking about with pockets at tackle. Right now, we're seeing it. So the defensive players are going. There's a hold on wide receivers, but it definitely is shaping up in a better tackle situation than I expected.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm going back to your tackle board now. So you have Kingsley and Blake Fisher after him, followed by Patrick Paul and Emenje. Pretty close to me. The only difference is that I have Rosengarten up there by Kingsley. So as long as there's not like a complicated run here, we're at 50. And I was thinking the Chiefs might needed to get back into this area to get one of these tackles. I got to say, it looks like they might have a shot right now.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think they're going to wait it out a little bit longer too. Washington might end up taking a tackle. I think that you might find they want to replace Andrew Wiley. So right tackle, I think for Washington when they come up in a couple of picks is on the table for sure. But yeah, this is starting to talk about where they can go get one of these guys that they want. They did it last year around 50, and they can do it again this year.
Yep, I completely agree with you. I'm going to have to probably go up to 100% to make that eligible. Okay, cool. Who else do we have in here? Your guy, Dwayne Carter, might be the next tackle to go.
I mean, him or Michael Hall. Those are the 2 guys.
Yeah. Yeah. It is the Steelers on the board with their actual own pick. Hey, well done. They stuck with it for a while.
Yeah.
Zach, I think we're both feeling pretty dang good about the way this is going. I'm pretty happy. Coleman versus Worthy as a fit in the KC offense. Worthy all day long. We all say that, yes, it's an untapped resource to throw the jump ball contested catch guys, but Andy doesn't do it. He just doesn't do it. And Patrick's good. I think Patrick's better when he can see that the guy's got a yard or 2 or 3. There's nothing going to be more close to what Tyreek did for Patrick in terms of his vision as the routes unfolding than the speed of Xavier Worthy. Now, you can't expect him to break guys' ankles like Tyreek because he doesn't have that kind of short area quickness. If you guys saw on social media today, I put out his profile again, and I can try to pull that up here in a minute. But that's the one thing that he's not elite at, and he's still a top 10 receiver in short area quickness. So, like, it's still there. It's just not Tyreek there.
Yeah, and the big difference is you're hoping that Coleman grows as a zone player, because I still believe he's going to become a better route runner. Both of them are very young. They're going to learn more about the game as they get into wherever they are. And the fit would be tough for Coleman, because he would have to be, at least in my opinion, he would be turned into what Rashee Rice was turned into last year. That's what they would have to use him as, because they don't use the vertical element of their tool bag. They just don't. And yes, Coleman plays faster than his 40 time, but he's not 4.4. He's not a 4.4 speed guy.
Yeah.
He's 4.5. Like, he's a 4.5 on-field speed guy, which is fine. You just have to use them a little bit differently, and the Chiefs don't typically use them that way. So I don't mind if they're willing to change some of their offensive structure stuff with their big receivers, but this kind of shows you that they aren't. They want to go that way.
Yeah. Agreed. Zach Frazier goes off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is after they stole Troy Fautanu from me last night. They are putting serious effort into changing the protection up front for Kenny Pickett in a drastic effort.
Kenny
in my
Pickett's
opinion,
not there
to try
anymore.
To save him as a pick.
Kenny Pickett's not there anymore. He's with the Eagles.
Oh,
this is Russell Wilson
even worse.
and Justin.
So you got to get shorter
Field.
linemen anyway. Oh, I forgot about Field. Sorry, Pittsburgh must be a black hole
for the future. This is for the future, because again, you need to get. They drafted Broderick Jones last year. Now you've got Troy Fautanu, you've got Zach Frazier. They want to run the ball and protect, which I believe it's going to be Justin Fields for the future. They did decline his 5th-year option, but I think he's a much better quarterback than Russell Wilson is at this point. And I think it's only a matter of time before he takes over as the quarterback, the starter, and earns at least a year or 2 in Pittsburgh. So that's what this is.
I see it exactly the same way. I think you're right. And hopefully he'll be able to make me remember that both of them are in that town, because I just couldn't care less.
Hopefully this rant
apologies. Yeah, no, I appreciate you, buddy. The guy that I instantly think of, though, no matter who the quarterback is it's Najee that I think gets the benefit of it initially. So I was super high on Broderick Jones. I hope that we get to see him actually come out of his shell, because I think he's a guy, now that he's acclimated a little bit, that is going to knock some skulls, and their run game is going to improve pretty drastically, in my opinion. Yeah. Legitimately enjoy your stream more than the TV broadcast. Thanks, Ben. That's awesome. Thanks for the stream. And how high do you pick a corner? If you have a grade on them, take them. I thought if they would move up, I thought Kool-Aid might have been on their radar. I'm looking now. If they want McDuffie to play outside,
yeah,
I don't know if there's a better pick than Andrew Phillips coming up.
See, I don't like Andrew Phillips very much. Even as a nickel, I don't like Andrew Phillips very much. Yeah, it just a lot of stuff. The tackling is the biggest thing, though. And you are going to tell me that you're going to take Trent McDuffie out of the slot, who has been a fantastic tackler with his short arms, and put a guy who just can't do it and is unwilling to do it? No, thanks. No, thanks.
Okay. So in the opposite, if they want to keep Trent inside and they're not comfortable with Josh and Jalen, which they may very well be, except for the fact that Brett keeps bringing it up. So I'm trying to believe in Josh and Jalen, but Veach won't let me do it. If they're going the opposite way, I would wait a little bit longer, and I think DJ James could be an option. I like Kyrie Jackson more than most. That's okay. We both like Cam Hart. Renardo Green, he's a little undersized if I remember right, but there's plenty of guys later that are more the prototypical outside guy for the Chiefs.
I'm with you. And again, I got Cam Hart in the third. I have Kyrie Jackson in the third, Renardo Green in the third. Those are, again, all guys that seemingly fit what the Chiefs would want in a cornerback. And that would be around the spot you could maybe trade it back into the third round and get him if that's what you're trying to do, especially if this cornerback run stops for a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. They have a guy on the podium. I didn't see who it is, but I have to say, I thought that Chris Ballard did a great job, and I think he got who will eventually become the best pass rusher in this class, in my opinion, in Leatu Latu, because I do think he will be able to recover. I think it'll be tight for Dallas Turner and Jared Verse because I think they're both good players. I just don't see the ceiling that I see for him if he can be healthy. And here goes Adonai Mitchell. I was just going to say, you need some impact player to go with that, and that's going to get them.
I don't really get this pick. I'll be very honest with you. It doesn't make a ton of sense for me because he likens a lot to what Michael Pittman does. They're very similar players in my eyes. Adonai's a better route runner, but they are not vertical stretch components, and he's not going to be a vertical stretch component to your offense. You have not Antonio Pierce, excuse me. What's the guy's name? It's Pierce that was drafted from Cincinnati a few years ago.
Cincinnati,
as your
he's their other one.
Your big outside guy. But I don't see the vision here. Maybe it's just get open. I don't know.
It's just numbers. And I think they might try to force him to be a downfield threat because of the timed 40. I agree with you. He doesn't play like that on film to me. I wonder if they're trying to shoehorn him in there because they got Josh Downs too. And I know how much you loved him.
Yes. Love Josh Downs.
They got a good crew there. Or it could just be depth. Preparing for, if you lose a guy. If you're trying to give Anthony Richardson as many targets as possible, it makes sense just to have that depth.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. And we appreciate the comments as well, buddy.
It's interesting. Am I behind or are you behind?
I don't know. I think it's probably me. I might actually flip nets and come back.
You might have to.
But Miss LJC, just wanted to say, okay. Just wanted to say thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. And we couldn't do it without you guys. So, Dan, I'll let you take back over. I'm going to go reboot, and I'll be back in a few.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Hopefully Ryan can resolve his internet problems that he's having because it's clearly on his side. I can see the resolution stuff and people are talking about his resolution in here. So he'll be back soon. Yes, it was Alec Pierce. You guys are right. Thank you for getting that up. Washington's on the board right now with pick 53, and it appears that it is in. Chris, thank you for your question. Can you see the Chiefs get a tight end and surprise everyone? I don't believe so. And especially, maybe not today. I don't think that's a surprise. Maybe on day 3 with 2 4th-round picks, 2 5th-round picks, and a 7th. It's possible there, but not on day 2. I don't think that's going to happen, Chris. Dirty, thank you very much for yours. Chiefs only have 1 pick tonight, right? As of now, that is correct. They have 1 pick. Jimmy, thank you for the $4.99. Trade up with the Commanders. They have 2 picks coming up. Let's go. Great job, guys. Thank you. I'd love for them to do that. We're right here now. The Washington pick is in, so it doesn't look like they're going to. But it does make me think that this is going to be Christian Haynes. I think it's going to be Christian Haynes, interior offensive lineman out of UConn. That's my feel right now. DC 8 pixel Ryan. That's pretty funny. Again, thank you very much, Jimmy, for the $4.99. Very appreciative of all the support. Dan Thompson, thank you very much. Reverend Harms, I like hearing your NFL Chiefs conspiracy theories. Got any new ones? I don't have any new ones right now. The only thing that I know is that they are going to 18 games. They absolutely are. They've been doing it's a foregone conclusion. As soon as it went to 17, it was always going to 18. Absolutely. So the only thing they're going to see what they can get out of this, right? The players are going to have to see if they can cut down on another preseason game, get rid of some of that. So I'm interested to see what happens, but I don't have, like a legitimate conspiracy theory, and I don't typically have a ton of them. So, but I appreciate you putting out there, Dan. Uh, Sumit Patel, thank you for the 5. I understand why higher draft picks fail, but want to understand why guys like Puka get missed and get drafted very late. A lot of it has to do with production, usage, and school. Offenses complexities aren't always the same at every level. BYU, for example, with Puka Nakua was a little different. He didn't do a ton, and granted, he's not being asked to do a ton. We would probably be talking about Puka Nakua differently if he didn't land with Sean McVay as well. Landing spot makes a huge difference. He also was afforded the opportunity early on to come out where Cooper Kupp was hurt. He was coming off of an injury and he was funneled the ball. If any offense funnels the football to a young player, they're going to get good numbers, especially a team that can run the football. And the Rams came out and ran the football very, very well last year. So you build an offense around one player and then you run the football a lot, you create space for them. And Puka is a really good hands catch player. He's got fantastic, really good hands, body control, but he's not going to generate a lot of separation on his own. He needs help. And Sean McVay afforded that to him. So that's kind of where I'm at with the misses. It's not so much a miss or a misevaluation. It's landing spot in being able to scheme around him like that. Hope that answered your question. Patel, thank you for the 5. Dylan Hale, thank you for the 5. Bill, feel like the Bills fleeced us. If they miss on the second round pick, did the Chiefs fail in the top 100 this year? No, I don't think so. I think they didn't. I don't even think that they fleeced us, but I do think that the Chiefs had to pay a little bit more of a premium than they wanted to, and that's going to happen, which I understand. They did also trade back, and the chart values think it's pretty even with the trade. So I understand it feels like that because the Bills continue to trade back, and then the Chiefs stayed and went up to get Xavier Worthy, who maybe was there at 32 anyway. But you go get your guy, you don't leave it up to chance. So I understand the feeling. I'm not quite there on that they fleeced us, but thank you very much, Dylan. All right, Commander's pick is in. It's Ben Sinnott. So all you KU fans, not KU fans, excuse me, Kansas State fans, Ben Sinnott goes off as the second tight end drafted, and he goes in middle of the second round. That is exactly pretty much where I had him on my board. If you guys see right here, he is my tight end too. Count another one for the good guys. I can't believe he went that high either, but I did have him graded around there, maybe a little bit lower than he was drafted. But the Commanders bring in a Zach Ertz, right? Zach Ertz is not going to give you what Ben Sinnott brings you, the versatility he brings you. Washington is trying to build a legitimate offense around Jaden Daniels, and this is a very good pick for them. So I probably would have gone Christian Haynes and drafted interior to protect him, but not a bad pick at all. Not a bad pick at all. And the Browns came on the board at pick 54, and their pick is in. So we are going to get through a couple of questions here and get caught up so that when Ryan comes back, he's not stressed. Steven, thank you for your question. If you could go back in time and redo a draft, what year would it be and why, and who would you take? So I think for me, it has to go back to the Mecole Hardman draft. And I know Mecole Hardman caught a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl this last year. He had a fantastic rookie season. I would have drafted Terry McLaurin. I would love Terry McLaurin. I loved him. Hell, I would have even drafted DK Metcalf. And that's what I would have done differently. I would not have drafted Mecole Hardman. He was a day 3 guy that got selected because of what was going on. That's what I would have done differently. All right, here come the Browns pick. Carl Nassib is here to read out the Browns selection. And we're on pick 54, guys. Just letting you know, keeping you updated on the picks. So, we have a pop in. We have a pop in. Maybe not. And this is such a Cleveland Browns pick, guys. It's such a Cleveland Browns pick. They take an Ohio State player, Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle out of Ohio State. I love Michael Hall. I wished the defensive line group was going to not be as, I guess, as enticing as it is right now in the second round. But it's hard to pass up that talent, and the Browns just want to continue to add defensive players, and this is another 20-year-old, and he's got tons of upside. Very quick first step. He's physical, has length, and when he gets under guys' chest and into the chest, he is so explosive. I wrote down in my notes about him that he's coiled. He's maybe the most coiled defensive lineman in this entire draft, where that first step, his pad level is excellent. He just gets off the ball so well. So I had him at the beginning of the third round, inexperienced. He wasn't a starter for Ohio State, which is a disservice to him. And the pass rush plan isn't quite there, but the upside as a pass rusher absolutely is. And he's a very good run defender. So this is a good pick for Cleveland, getting another player that's going to continue to develop in that defense that was one of the best in football last year. That is loud.
Okay.
And you're still behind.
I don't have much of an option. There's a snowstorm coming through here up in the mountains, and that's as good as I'm going to get.
Gotcha.
But I will do my best, and I'll try not to lag behind you. So as I stepped away, we were talking about Adonai Mitchell. Sinnott goes, and now Michael Hall. I heard you wrap up on here. I completely agree. I do like him, and I likened him to a quicker, more explosive Mike Dana in this draft. It certainly makes sense to me that they wanted to go grab him. Funny that Carl Nassib is the guy announcing his next replacement.
That's fair. Looks like Miami's on the clock now, and the pick is in at pick 55. So this second round is definitely going. It's going quick.
It doesn't feel like it's as quick as it was in the 40s, though. The 40s were flying. That's kind of it's indicative. Girk, thank you. I appreciate that. I switched internets. I do have a backup now that is satellite based, which is crazy because in weather it actually gets better signal. There's a lot going on here, and so now my audio sucks. Huh? Thanks, Minotaur.
Yes.
Well, we can always do this. See if that helps up my general. I know it's prettier, that's for sure. Does it help the audio?
It didn't help the audio, and no, it's not prettier. It's just Built Bars. I'm good.
Which I need to change now. They're not even a sponsor anymore.
Nope.
Oh, so did you get to the super chats? I want to make sure that I'm not slacking. Okay.
Oh, we cleared out except for the last one here.
Sweet. DC, he was asking, is Kingsley an LT only guy? And no, definitely not in my opinion. I think he's a 4-position dude.
Yeah, I agree with you. He can play all 4 positions. Honestly, if you taught him to snap, he could probably play center. But he's definitely oh, good Lord. Patrick Paul just went off the board to the Miami Dolphins. That is high. Good Lord, that is high. But I understand it. I understand what they're trying to do. This is a pass protection pick.
Yep. Absolutely. You got to give two of the best opportunity to get the ball to Tyreek. I mean, that's all intents and purposes, all the explosive plays, all the running backs. That's what this offense is going to come down to. You've got to help Tua beat Tyreek.
I don't know if he would have been on the Chiefs board at 64, but I can tell you that he probably would have been given this pocket. But because the first tackle now has gone at 55 in the second round, this is the time. This could start the tackle run in the second round. And the Chiefs, if they want a tackle, might have to go get that player right now.
Yep. So let's talk. Actually, let's not. Hold on one second. Let's answer our last super chat that we have right now, folks. If you want on the show, go ahead and throw the super chats in there. We promise you, no matter what, you will get an answer. We'll answer other questions as we go along. But if you don't know us, if you join the stream and you have no clue who we are, this is Dan Arms. I'm Ryan Tracy, RGR Football. We are going forward. Please like the video, sub to the channel, and hit the bell so you get something out of it. You can get the gear in the store that's in the description, as are our free draft boards at NFL33.com. Both still up there, and you can get the guide still. Got to get the work in sometimes. But that's all to take care of. Tico here. OTC, that just screams over the counter to me. So, but he means over the cap. So the Chiefs have around 20 million in position group. 20 million space, I'm guessing. What position group is better left for free agency versus draft? Do you have one that you would like?
No, not really. I mean, I guess if they're gonna just bring in a tackle, whatever, I don't know, but I don't have like a specific. Oh, I just prefer them to go get free agents because I would love them to just fill all their needs to the draft.
And I think he means specifically UDFAs from the draft. For me, it's running back, maybe a safety, and linebacker. I think some of the more athletic guys at the linebacker position in this class are not that great on film. So they're going to be low down. They're going to be 5th, 6th, 7th. And maybe you can get them as UDFAs as well.
That's fair. I'm right there. And Minotaur has a suggestion for you. Appreciate the super chat there, Chief. But I think he might be right.
Okay, let me check.
Because it feels like it might be pulling from your computer. Because it does not sound like your microphone.
Well, let's see if this sounds better.
Hey!
1, 2, 3. You guys were absolutely correct. Well done. I was in a hurry rebooting my dang laptop. So thank you. Okay, well, hopefully, if I just had shut the camera off, everybody will be happy now.
No, we're good.
Okay, rock and roll. We got another super chat, so definitely need to take care of it. Matthias, nice. Thank you again. 2 days in a row. Like yesterday, what player makes the Chiefs a better team at the moment? I think Kingsley would. I feel like it's iffy if Marshawn Nealon would. What else you got, Dan?
Blake Fisher. I think Blake Fisher would make them better right away. I would say Braylon Trice makes them better from a collective unit. I also think that Dwayne Carter makes them better. Again, I'm very high on Dwayne Carter, guys. I just really am. TJ Tampa, I think, improves their second corner position as well. And then you guys know I'm at Javon Baker improves their wide receiver room still too. Like that's he does. Him and Troy Franklin both improve their wide receiver room from what they have. But for me, I'm not drafting 2 small wide receivers to go with Marquise Brown, so I would take Javon Baker and not deal with that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just avoid it altogether. I'm still. They really are. I'm still stuck on the 2 tackles that can help them now, Suamataia and Rosengarten. I'm not 100% that they'll beat out Wanya Morris, but I know they'll push them, and I know they'll help Juwan, and I think future-proofing it, instead of having Donovan Smith either have to start, or if Wanya can beat him out and he's the backup, it's still an older guy that has to put in snaps at some point. And I do feel a little bit better about having youth there at the position right now.
Yeah, that's fair. And at the end of the day, you're trying to get young while staying competitive, right? Staying in your Super Bowl era. Like that's what you're trying to do. So you have to get it out ahead of it sometimes. And a Kingsley would get you out ahead of it if you need to, because he is young and he's learning. He played right tackle and left tackle. Maybe that's why he's falling, because there's no true experience at BYU at one position for more than 1 year. And teams might be afraid of that. I'm not personally. So go for it.
I like it. I'm going to look this up real quick just to see if I can find it.
Appreciate that. Well, Mathis, appreciate the super chat. We just got an update saying the Cowboys are in talks to bring back Zeke Elliott. So that's going well in Dallas, as you guys know.
Hey, if you make 2 terrible decisions, you might as well make a third, right?
This is funny.
I'm going to make a shameless pitch here because you reminded me of it.
I know I did.
Yeah. So if you two want to get on the eras to where this is your world champion Kansas City Chiefs, Taylor's version, you can go pick that up right now. So
do it.
It's coming. This is the RGR
so
store,
good.
folks. There's a link in the description.
So good.
Thank my daughter for that. Is Dan secretly a Chiefs insider for the team? Yes. There's a red phone just off camera you cannot see.
You know, if I were fortunate enough that they asked me opinions about who they should draft, it would be something else. But I will say, the last 2 drafts, I have done reviews on their first round picks in both drafts, and they were selected. So I might know a little something about the players they like.
Yeah, we get it. You have been on a hot streak too, especially with the skill position guys. Pretty impressed with just how well you've been zeroing in on that. And folks like to say, "Oh, but he just does all this fantasy stuff." No, Dan breaks down receivers in every way, shape, or form. They just happen to be very popular in fantasy.
Yeah. That's fair. And there
Am I still
goes
lagging?
Marshawn Kneeland to the Dallas Cowboys. I think you're slightly behind.
Okay. I can live with it.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Frankly, on a night like this, we were expected to get about 1.5 feet of snow. It's all I can do to stay online, so that's a plus.
It's looking kind of crazy outside my window too.
Is it? I think the Chiefs may be a little frustrated by seeing Kneeland go there.
To be honest, I hope so. Because I'm glad they didn't pick him. They picked him last year with FAU. I'll be very honest with you. They picked him last year.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. He's got a little bit more, it feels like a little bit more pop to him. But I honestly didn't get many games.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me, but go for it, Dallas.
I love it when this happens and my TV is like, hey, you've been watching this for 4 hours. Do you want to shut it off? No. What are your thoughts on Troy Franklin?
So Dylan, thank you for the $1.99. Thank you. Troy Franklin is a very, very, very small receiver. He's not as small as Xavier Worthy, but he doesn't handle contact nearly as well as Xavier Worthy does. He doesn't play very big. And that's one thing that you're always looking for with smaller receivers. How big do they play? Go back to Devontae Smith coming out. He played like a big receiver. He always elevated to get the football. He caught everything in traffic. Xavier Worthy shows flashes and the ability to catch the ball in traffic and handle contact after. Every time I'm watching Troy Franklin, if he's not making the guy miss, which he is good at making miss, he goes down on first contact. He does not break tackles. He also can get pushed off of his spot. He does not compete at the catch point. He's overall a very weak-framed player. and he looked even smaller than than Xavier Worthy did at the combine, and he came in a little bit heavier than Xavier Worthy did. He looked smaller. So I don't really. The only thing I can tell you is that teams are a little afraid of his frame. And when he didn't test very well, he also just didn't have very good combine, didn't run very good routes, didn't look engaged. I don't know.
Yeah, it was difficult to watch because in terms of build, he's not there far off of, obviously you said Worthy, but of Perry from last year. Perry's got
Yeah.
wider wingspan and a little bit thicker through the shoulders, but I think he's viable. I think no one's just willing to take the risk on him. I think he still gets drafted easily, but I just don't think it's going to be
for
super
sure.
soon.
I'm with you.
Thank you, Dylan. Great question. So back to you though. Besides Baker, Tyler Durden, great name by the way. Would like to know who else you like as a fit.
All right, so I'm looking at more of the bigger body guys, maybe some physical. Johnny Wilson, I like personally. I have a 3rd round grade on him. Roman Wilson is another one. You guys know that we both are fans of Jalen McMillan. Malik Washington would be very fun in this offense. He is built like Tyreek Hill. He looks that stocky, smaller frame, makes guys miss. He's got legitimate juice. He can run good routes. He's physical after the catch, breaks tackles. Like I said, like he is another player in this offense that would be just a lot of fun to see.
I like it. Let's hop over and take a look at your board. And it looks like Paul went. Yeah. So I see what you're saying there. So Roman, Jalen, Malik, Burton on there in the 3rd. I think I have that as well. I might have dropped Burton down a little bit, actually. I'm a liar. I did drop Burton down. But I've got Tez as a 3rd, Walker from North Carolina. And the sleeper one that kind of hit me in the mocks last week, I was thinking at 95. Certainly, I would not take him at 64, but I like Brendan Rice. You're just a little bit lower on him than I am, but fit-wise, what do you think?
Yeah, that's another, again, I have him at the top of the 4th, but I wouldn't care if they drafted him at the end of the 3rd because this dude is just straight physical. We kind of talked about him before you came on, and I love that type of physical nature. He's going to draw penalties. He will effort. He'll block. He will be a very good, reliable red zone threat. He catches the football well. He would fill that, in my opinion, Demarcus Robinson role. And I think that that's a very good player to have on your team.
Yeah, I'm with you. Great question. And Tyler, you are not a unique or beautiful snowflake. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Brock, thanks for the 5 spot. Appreciate you. Malachi Corley. Upgrade the wide receiver room. Really like his physical style. My only thought is you got to do a little bit more to get it in his hand. Once it's there, it's fine. But I think he bumps Nico Remilio off the roster.
Yeah, it's fine. I wasn't a huge fan of his tape. I'll be very honest with you. I didn't like his routes. He ran into coverage far too much for my liking, and he's very good after the catch. I give him that. But does he upgrade? He does upgrade the room. Yes, I will say that because, granted, I like Nico. We haven't seen a ton out of him, but I think that he's a better after the catch player than Nico is, and Corley, that being Corley. But again, we'd have to really see them side by side to really know and see what Nico's going to do in Kansas City, being in the offense for a year. That does make things different. Oh, excuse me.
I'm with you. Thank you again, Brock. Ashley, nice to see you. G'day. Did you read the article Tyreek Hill gave about Kelsey and how much he gets paid? I rather take less money and get 2 more rings. Your thoughts of the show. Go Chiefs. I would get Pooney and Kingsley. I like your thought on Pooney as well, Ashley. I did not see that article. I'm not sure exactly the context there.
I haven't seen it either, but regardless, I don't really care how much Tyreek Hill makes, and I'm pretty sure that no one on this roster cares how much he makes, and Travis Kelce also doesn't, considering now he's dating the most powerful, rich, and famous person in the world. I doubt he cares what Tyreek Hill is doing with his time. So, yeah. We also missed a pick. So Chris Braswell ended up going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick 57. Defensive end out of Alabama, played out alongside Dallas Turner, more physical, long. He's got that type of Mike Dana build to him. And there we see the Green Bay Packers taking Javon Bullard. Oof.
Oh, I like that pick. Damn it. Ugh. They're not scared to go a little bit undersized, and he admittedly is. But on a team that I think got the most out of Jair Alexander that you could have, I think he's a guy that's just going to make plays. He is also paired with his ex-teammate, right? Because Quay's up there, is he not?
Yes.
I got to
real quick question. I'm looking at the landscape. It's Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco. Any of those teams need a tackle?
I mean, I in a sneaky way, I could see Baltimore just because Ronnie Stanley is like,
Baltimore. But they just extend him?
They did. I don't know, but I think they would be smart, and they usually are, in getting a backup for when he can't play for you because he can't stay healthy.
I'm just interested in this spot here. But I think it would both be right tackle. Or maybe not Baltimore, but San Francisco needs a right tackle.
Yeah, you're right. And Kingsley's still on the board after Blake Fisher goes to the Houston Texans.
And there's the right tackle. A little bit. Yep. And it's funny we were just talking about that.
Your timing is good. Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate you. Max, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you as well. I didn't see a question, but we will look for one as well. If we do go O-line, where do the Chiefs go at? I mean, if they were going to get up ahead of this kind of like concern, I think they'd be there already. So I think they're going to stick at this point. I wonder if they're going to trade back.
Maybe they do. And again, maybe especially if the guy that they want is on the board, they just say, fine, we're going to accumulate some more picks here and see what we got. But I find it hard, unless they're going to be able to get 2 third-round picks for this trade up into the second round, that they would do that. What about you?
Yeah. I don't know. It's so commodified right now that I'm just not sure that anybody's willing to give them not only the Super Bowl discount, but it just seems like there's no way to get to where you need to be without everybody being in your way. I don't know.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and go over some of the best options here. So looking at Detroit, we know that they're set at tackle. We don't have to worry about them taking a tackle. Right. Baltimore is a sneaky one, but I think that would be, I don't know. Interior maybe for them?
For who?
For Baltimore?
I
don't know. I haven't looked at their roster. Let me pull it up.
I was just doing that too.
Yeah.
Great minds.
So Baltimore's got, right. Baltimore is Andrew Voorhees, who was a 7th-round pick last year, slotted to play left guard for them. Ben Cleveland has been decent for them at right guard, and they got Daniel Falele at right tackle. So Ravens maybe go wide receiver. They just extended Rashad Bateman. They have Zay Flowers. But then it's just that's just those two and Nelson Aguilar. So maybe a wide receiver comes off for Baltimore here. And that makes the most sense, I think, for structurally what they're looking for. They went corner, go back to wide receiver probably makes sense for them.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. I forgot about Faalele.
Yeah, everyone did
Agreeable
because
dude,
he.
by the way.
What does that mean?
Just like I think when I talked to him at the Senior Bowl when he was coming out, he was pretty aware, self-aware in that he knows that length isn't everything, that he played high and that he was going to have to readjust to the pro game. So I find that guys that at least understand that and aren't trying to blow smoke all the time, it seems like they have a better chance at making the adjustment.
That's fair. That's fair. You have to be willing to change, right? The NFL is not going to keep you what you are for the most part. You got to be willing to change. So if you're able to do that, then I'm all about that. So given the board, right, you have Kingsley here, and that's the pocket of tackles, in my opinion. I know you've got Roger Rosengarten up higher as well, but that's just assume, because I think San Francisco might take him and try to actually get a legitimate player at tackle. There's no more players here. Is there a position that you would be okay with them going at? If it's not tackle, if it's not Kingsley, if they sit here at 64 and they pass on Kingsley? Have we even talked about that happening? Because we haven't talked about that.
No, we have not. If they just don't like the grade they have on Kingsley, that could be an issue. You're right. I would look hard at, are they gonna batten down the hatches? Are they the team that looks at Christian Haynes or Christian Mahogany? Maybe one of the Christians. I don't know. I also think that this is where corner comes into play. If they have a higher grade than somebody on, say, DJ James or Green, feels like a guy that they probably like. I could be wrong.
For sure.
I don't think they want to go back to the well. Oh, great. This is awesome. Folks, for those of you who've never spent time in the Rocky Mountains, we have a thing called thunder snow, and that's what's going on right now.
That's fantastic.
Always entertaining.
All right. So
Bills are on the clock.
Yeah, we've got both picks in for the Bills, and it looks like Detroit also is like ready to go. So we're going to be announcing some picks here. Man,
Cole Bishop goes after the departure of Jordan Poyer. That
makes sense.
Seems like a pretty good maneuver.
Yeah, that's fair.
I had him a little bit higher, but in this round, so I think they're doing all right. Bean recovers a little bit. I actually selected a player. Well done.
Yeah, I had him in the third, but again, as one of the top 5 or 6 safeties, and if you're going safety, I mean, he definitely comes downhill, is going to fit what the Bills want. So that makes sense that they want him there.
Yeah.
Not a deep safety guy. Not going to give you that, but there's not many of those in this draft.
No, there really aren't. And Joseph, to go back to your question about Kingsley, why could he be falling? The number one thing is a lack of consistent experience at any one position. And he does get out over his toes too much. He does get push-pulled too much. Things that we've talked about, but we still feel is worth the investment in this round in him. So we'll keep our eyes out, and hopefully they'll get something done here.
Yeah, I think that we also have to, again, BYU isn't known for producing a ton of NFL players. I understand that Puka Nacua came out last year on day 3 and we talked about Puka and his going to Sean McVay's offense. I don't know if we hear his name as much if he's not. Like, that's landing spot matters. So Kingsley is also a victim of playing at BYU in 2 different offensive tackle positions. Right tackle 2 years ago, left tackle last year, which makes the difference. So that's funny, Matt. You've been thundersnowed.
Okay, I hear that every time. And I like the way you put that. He's a victim of playing at BYU. Zombie, I like your question. We're going to get to you here shortly. And again, another question. We covered this a little bit ago. I know a lot of you guys are coming and going. Welcome into the stream. We talked about Troy Franklin. We think it's a frame thing. He didn't perform that great at the combine. We had both hoped for more, and the frame tells you that he's going to get beat up more in the league than he did in college by a long stretch. But let me say this, though. He's very aware of coverage. He understands the angles, and as long as he can avoid some contact, he's got to get stronger breaking press. But after that, I think once he's downfield, I think he can still play the game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It
does appear we've got someone in the chat that is, putting it out there. So
not anymore. Kick him.
Bye-bye.
See you, Steve. Oh, and see, Biz, you're just setting fire underneath me. This is the way it happens. Red, I did look last night, and I have to go back onto an older laptop or something because I did not find it yet. I'm going to keep looking, though. Jonathan, what are your guys' thoughts on Weaver, the wide receiver from Colorado on day 3, or maybe as a UDFA? That's where I have him. I don't have a draftable grade on him.
I haven't seen him. I'll be honest with you. I didn't watch Colorado tape that much, but I'm going to be watching Colorado tape like almost immediately when we're done so that I can watch, so I can watch Shedeur Sanders because I got to do a profile on him, I think, to get my, my idea of what he's going to be. So I'll get eyes on him, but we'll see.
I mean, take a good look at Hunter while you're there. Interesting dude.
I don't know if he's going to play DB or if he's going to play wide receiver, but I mean, he probably should play wide receiver.
Yeah, fair. I think so. Jermaine in the 4th. How would you like that? They got to get something else done first for me, but I think that's where we have him, right?
I got him at the very bottom of the 3rd, but yeah, I'd love him in the 4th.
Gotcha. Okay, just checking updates.
All right, Baltimore's pick is in.
I don't know that I can remember or take any of those. Definitely harder waiting. I had expected the Chiefs to move up in this round. So a little bit more difficult. But it is what it is. Our Chiefs going to take Jalen Wright. Maybe tomorrow. right.
Y'all are just trying to trigger us now.
Yeah, right. Is this Nagata?
Yeah, it is.
Peloti on stage.
Love it.
Jason, do you both think that Pooney replaces Trey Smith well if they can't sign him next season? He could definitely step in for him. He's definitely a different kind of player, though. He does not handle power like Trey does. And I think it would probably be more likely to get a little bit. Dang it.
I was right.
Purple.
I was right.
And you're right. And they took Rosengarten, who was my back pocket guy. Dang it.
Also, the Chiefs have traded up with the 49ers to go to pick 63. So they are on the clock.
Seriously? So Brett Veach is just here to troll all the teams that he's beaten consistently.
Who is it? Let's go. Who is it? Who is he picking?
After Rosengarten going, I think it's got to be Kingsley, right? I mean,
it's why
else
Kingsley,
would you go up? And clearly, it's not somebody that the Niners want. Well, dang, we're getting snow lightning as well.
Oh, geez.
It's an interesting concept out here.
Yes, Marcelino. Patrick Paul was drafted a few picks ago, actually, to the Miami Dolphins.
If they could do that, Addicted, I would, but I don't know that they're going to get a couple of thirds for 64.
Yeah, it would be
nice. I do think Kingsley's here.
They did trade up, so
Chiefs are on the clock right now, folks. So we are going to have instant reaction for you as they come on the clock. And I'm going to let it sit. Wait a minute. Maybe ESPN just hasn't updated. Oh, okay. The broadcast has. Okay. Because online, it still says that they have 64 as well. I was like, did they just pull
okay.
to get back to backs?
All right. So we moved up. And the Chiefs traded their 5th round pick, 173, and got a 6th back to move up.
Okay.
So they moved back
So
about
same number
40 spots. Yeah, they moved back around 40 spots from the 5th round into the 6th round, and keep the same amount of picks to go up and get whoever this is. So,
okay, Jamal, what do you got for me? I'm going to turn this up so when we hear the announcement. But
yeah,
so folks, I didn't know you had that out there, Dirty. That's awesome. Out on the plains. I like it. Here's my guy.
Is a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chiefs. With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kingsley Suamataia.
Kingsley Suamataia is a Kansas City Chief. As we spoke about ad nauseum, Andy gets a BYU tackle to come in and compete. Probably on the left, could be anywhere. And I got to think that this is because when somebody took Rosengarten, they didn't have a choice. They couldn't let the Niners take the last guy on their board at this level. I think this is a good pick. Certainly in being able to stick at 64 and pull this off, I'm ecstatic that they were able to do that, Dan. Tell me what you got.
this could not have gone better for me right now. I had a lot of faith in them. If needed to take him at 32, that was possible. I already did the film room on him too, so you guys can go watch Kingsley Suamataia breakdown on YouTube after this is over. See what he's gonna bring. I do believe he's gonna be your starting left tackle. I really believe it. And the Chiefs don't trade up if they don't think he's not at least going to compete at tackle, because you don't take him on the 2nd round if you don't think he's going to at least give you something. So
Agreed.
I love this. Both guys that we have been very high on this draft process for the Chiefs, and Xavier Worthy and Kingsley Suamataia, now are in Kansas City, and I am ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm pumped because he's not a finished product by any means. And
No.
while he didn't have the greatest Senior Bowl, we both came away from there feeling like this is a guy who can fit the system. And the system is what it comes down to. He'll get in here. He will compete with Wanye immediately. It doesn't necessarily preclude signing a veteran, because Brett Veach wants to do that, and Andy probably does too. But this tells me you have 3 guys that are youthful. Kingsley's a better athlete than Wanye. And I think this allows you to keep Juwan at the right hand side.
Yep. Oh man, this is really good. This is really good. And I know we're a little bit behind, but that's what this is for, right? We do this together. Like we always do this together for you guys. So this is a fun draft. We did call it. We had Kingsley Suamataia here, and we knew the Chiefs were going to pretty much take him in the 2nd round. It had to be him at this point. So rounds 1 and 2, I don't know if could have gone much better for me personally, and watching who the Chiefs drafted. What about you?
Yeah, no, I'm on it. Would there have been another tackle that I liked better in the 2nd? No. This was once Tyler Guyton went, after the Chiefs moved up to get Worthy, perfectly understandable. This was the guy that was the best fit that we both felt. I was not comfortable with Paul, even though Paul did end up going above him. I would not have been comfortable with him in this range, because I don't think he has the total upside. So I'm very happy. And for those of you who are reminding me, thank you. I forgot about this last night. We're going to do cut and go back in time for a second. The Chiefs are trading up with the San Francisco 49ers 1 spot to go get their tackle.
So why would they do this?
And now we're back.
I know I've seen a lot of people asking why trade up 1 spot. It's the same reason you trade up to get Xavier Worthy, even if you don't know who's going to be there. You go get the guy you want. San Francisco very well could have been shopping that pick too. How many trades did we see for people coming up to get players? A tackle just went off the board. He was the last guy in their pocket. He was. Remember, Brett Veach talked about pockets. Kingsley was the last guy in that pocket. He absolutely was. From there, it drops off. And they did not want to be left out. You move up one spot to guarantee that you're going to get your guy. Because San Francisco, again, could have traded to somebody else looking to come up to get a tackle. That's the big thing here.
Yeah. That's the fear, and I think that's what happened last night as well. It's not that they were just driving a hard bargain in Buffalo, or that the San Francisco 49ers were like, hey, we have to get a pick from you. It was someone else has interest, a third party that wants to come get what you want, and you got to wall them off. That's the way to get it done. I think this is a great fit. I will pull up his matrix. Oh, if I can get it shared, because I don't have that here right now. And we will get that on the board, and I will put out his specific profile tomorrow. But what you get from Suamataia is pretty straightforward. You get length, you get decent power, you get decent mobility. He can get out and get in space. I think better than Wanya on the screens myself. Does he play high? Yeah. Yes. Does he lunge at times? Yes. A lot of things to clean up, but given the two, where they're starting at, I would put Kingsley ahead of where Wanya was this time last year. I think you agree with that, right? Okay.
0 questions.
So at the worst case, what you've done is solidify yourself a swing tackle that when someone gets hurt, because we know the Chiefs will have some injuries at tackle, that you have a viable candidate to come in just like Wanya was last year for what was going on. I think this solidifies them, and the three-peat is squarely in the target.
Yep. This is what you had to do on your offensive side, right? You went younger on the defensive side, and then this year you take 2 20-year-olds. If I'm not mistaken, Kingsley is also 20 years old. He is a very young player. He was a redshirt sophomore. Okay. This is exactly what the Chiefs were doing with their defense. You get younger, you get upside, and then if you want to, you can have them sit at times. It wouldn't shock me to see them bring in a veteran and let them grow. It's not a bad thing to let players grow, guys. It really isn't. So if Kingsley isn't the starter at left tackle, which at this point, I'm going to pencil him in myself as the starter, because I believe he's going to outplay anybody else there that they have currently on the roster. So he may have just turned 21. So yeah, he turned 21 in January. So yeah, he's still young. Like this is a great opportunity for them to get better and stay young.
And I gotta love the tweet here from Patrick Mahomes. Just real simple, shades on. I love Veach, man. So they get it done. They make the quarterback happy. Right after this, Renardo Green goes to the Niners. So the Niners weren't interested in tackle. Obviously, we were able to work that out. Green, another guy that long, tall, aggressive, would have been a good fit in Kansas City too, but I didn't expect him to last quite as long as I had hoped. I think if we don't have another pick tonight, if they don't trade back in, because right now, folks, Kansas City Chiefs are done for tonight. If they don't come back in, I still feel like day 1 and 2 was successful, because the top 2 things that they had to do that we've had on the board as the top 2 priorities all offseason have been checkboxed.
That's all you got to do, man. Like, that's it. You come in again with 2 real legitimate needs. You fill them. And even if that's, like you said, if that's only what they do on the days 1 and 2, I can't be mad at that. I really can't be mad at it. And I don't know if anyone can really truly be frustrated with it either. They're going to improve this team. And we talked about it. Who was left on the board that improves them? Kingsley improves them. He just does.
Yep. That is absolutely true. Spoiler alert, Bruce Willis does see a ghost. I'm just saying. Or he is a ghost. Well done. We're picking up the theme from last night, guys. Picking up the theme from last night. Rav, hope you're doing well. My wife said nobody trying to trade with KC tonight. You're right. They're getting, again, that was a 30 move back? in order to move up again one spot?
About four, I would say about 40 from 5th to 6th round,
40.
but
Okay.
ish, yeah.
Trying to pull up the data. Obviously, I'm lagging pretty bad again, so apologies.
No, you're good. Rev, thank you for the 5. My wife said nobody's trying to trade with the Chiefs tonight. Well, they did. They did. The 49ers, much less let the Chiefs come up and get their guys. So we see the Bills do it yesterday, and the 49ers let them do it today, which is always fantastic to see when you beat both teams to win a Super Bowl. They're just like, yeah, here you go. It's only a few picks.
At the end, today is much different than yesterday because the difference between 4 picks on day one is still, I think, fairly tight. You got a lot of top 50 picks that are available there, right? When you get down to this range, it has mushroomed out and just diversified based on scheme and need. And it's a much different scenario when you're on the clock at this point. Bro Cephas, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. I would have been very satisfied with either Worthy or Kingsley at 32. And to get them both is crazy.
When you look at my board real quickly, let me pull it up for you guys. This was my tackle board. Right there on the edge of first round is Kingsley Suamataia with JC Latham. So again, I was right there saying maybe they have to draft this guy at the end of the first to get him. And based on the tackle run, it looked that way. And then that pocket showed up near the end of the second. Started to see some of those guys come off. So I guess that pocket for NFL teams was a little bit different than mine. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
It is. And it was worth it. And now you've got quality players, quality board placement into both positions of need that you needed to get done. Everything from here is gravy. And I think we might see more movement. I'm a little interested in they are very happy to fall back into what I think is kind of a weaker day 3, but they clearly have targets. That's what that tells me. So getting job 1 and job 2 done, you got to feel really good, Bracevus, and I appreciate you supporting us and for being here.
Thank you.
Minotaur keeps pumping them out, folks. For all of you that are new to the memberships, because he just gave them to you. Make sure you get in there. You can connect and get in the Discord as a member. Just got to connect your Discord account and your YouTube account. And you do need to upgrade to the rookie level. That'll get you in the door. Thanks again, Minotaur. You the man, dude. Should we try to trade up in the 3rd for the tight end from Texas? Tim Wells would like to know. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure that I want to give up a lot. Okay.
No. Jatavian Sanders is not a very good football player in my mind. I don't like most of what he does. I think that everything that he did at Texas was schemed open. And obviously you can make the argument that in Kansas City, he would be schemed open too. But I would prefer a guy who's going to be able to create as a tight end. And I don't think he can create on his own at all. So trading up into the 3rd round for a guy that I think you might be able to get in the 4th round doesn't make much sense to me personally. Maybe Andy Reid feels differently because, again, they can scheme guys open.
I was going to say, like, they might like it, but I don't know that I want to trade up for that particular player.
That's fair.
I do think there's an option. In the meantime, Malachi Corley goes off the board. So those of you that were wanting him to fall, I believe that was the selection, correct?
Yeah, that was my first 4th round grade that went in the 3rd round. First one.
Gotcha. Well done, well done. I think I am with you on that. I had him the last guy in the 3rd round.
No, close enough.
Yeah. We do have I'm still trying to find the trade compensation to know, but they moved back 4th to 5th, was it?
It was 5th to 6th. So they're 137th back to like 211, I think is what it ended up being.
So they do have picks tomorrow, and they could easily trade back in tonight. I do not
It would
think
not be
that we should rule out anything at this point.
definitely not out of the question. They Brett Veach, if they find someone they like, they are going to come back up into the third round and get them. I feel like, especially with this draft and day 3 not necessarily being as filled as it usually is because of the COVID year, you go and get who you can get.
There goes Trey Benson off the board.
Okay. Just going to go ahead and add a speedy James Cook or James Conner to the backfield because that's pretty much who this is. big, powerful running back, and he's just more explosive. Okay.
You can get down with that.
I'm good with that. I mean, he was my RB2. So I got 2 running backs, and they've gone Jonathan Brooks and Trey Benson, and that's how I've got him slotted. So I like that. I like seeing it.
There you go. Jalen Wright's still on the board. He is my next guy.
I'm waiting for the Chargers to draft Blake Corum in this round because that's how I feel like that's going to go. Appreciate that 10 again from you, Tim, very, very much.
Don't let me slow you down if I'm lagging, Dan.
Oh, you're good, man. Steeman, thank you for the $4.99. Any truth to Greeny saying he is potentially a right tackle only? Greenlee. Oh,
no.
Don't listen to anything Mike Greenberg says about prospects. Don't listen to anything he says because he doesn't know anything. So if that's who you're referring to, no, there's zero.
Yeah.
There's zero credibility to that because he can play both.
He definitely can. I'm going to go look up snap counts.
Go for it. Because again, he started both seasons. Started both full seasons at right tackle and left tackle. So no, Alex, the Chiefs do not have a 3rd round pick. They traded down from the 3rd to the 4th round to get Xavier Worthy, but they could very well trade into the 3rd round. It wouldn't cost them a ton to move up. Killer City, thank you for your comments. Love Dan's excitement for this pick. Yeah, dude, I'm excited because I put a lot of thought into the breakdowns that I did for the needs, right? And that's one of the things that I knew that they were going to need to take is a tackle and a wide receiver. And both guys that I have broken down for the Chiefs, they got drafted. So, you guys, Chiefs, Brett Veach, I see the players that you like. I have an eye. The players that you like.
We so get you. Give us a call. We're happy to chat. Brandon Coleman goes. I assume that's what you're reacting to. I had him later in the 3rd.
Yeah. I had him in the 4th, actually. Wow.
Gonna need a bigger boat, Jayhawk.
So
thank you, buddy.
Are we wrong on Christian Haynes? I feel like Christian Haynes would have been a better pick here for Washington than Brandon Coleman. Now, I like Brandon Coleman. We talked about him on the summit. Like, I thought he was being undervalued. But I think we are undervaluing Christian Haynes. I thought he was a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, I mean, certainly somewhere on this day. But, yeah, I had him in the 2nd as well. I wonder if it's just the jumping competition. Coleman, if I remember correctly, had CFP experience as well. He might give that
he did.
Bit of a bump. I don't know. It feels like it's close to me.
I feel like Christian Haynes dominated at the Senior Bowl, and that usually puts guys on teams' radar. So that's a little confusing to me.
I agree. Jayhawk, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Thias, thank you again. I think it works. Good job, guys.
All right, cool.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Best Chiefs content. Keep it up. Thank you, Mnemonic. Or Moonic. Nomic. I don't know.
Moonomic.
Me pronouncing is bad. Happy first 2 rounds. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Very pleased so far. Time to go
awesome.
BTA. I like it, Jay.
At this point, I think you can.
Yeah, I agreed. Anything here now is kind of gravy. At least I still think there's enough wide receiver depth that they go back to the well.
Very true. They got 2 4th rounds. They have a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. They absolutely could be double dipping, and honestly, they should double dip at wide receiver. It's a very good class, and there's still a lot of very good players on the board.
Yeah, there's guys like all the way down. I have Jalen Coker and Anais Smith in the 7th round. You know, Rosemary Jackson, Ryan Flournoy in the 6th round. Like that's how deep this goes. So you don't. And the good thing for Veach is that's why I think he's comfortable going back, is he knows at least some point he's going to pick up another receiver, knowing that they're going to be there because there's just so many of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
226, thanks, buddy. Letting the Chiefs pick Mahomes is going to be bad for you, but not the Kingdom. Yes, that is a spoiler. Somebody tell Brandon, please. Which, by the way, I just want to share with you, Dan. I did a nice little edit on your reaction when I said Brandon's name as they took Xavier last night.
Oh, yeah?
You'll see it in the highlight reel. Yeah, it's entertaining.
Awesome.
I had to catch it myself.
Let's go.
Larry, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you for
Larry.
the 50. You the man. Do you think the Bills and Niners could have played chess with the Chiefs and called them and said someone was trying to trade up and get our player, or the player that you need? I mean, it's certainly possible. Teams do bluff all the time. I'm not sure because they've done business in the past. So I would tend to think maybe not, because I will tell you this, Veach is connected across the league, and I'm sure he probably got some other notices from other GMs that let him know, hey, somebody's coming up for X, Y, or Z, or to a specific spot. So while I hear what you're saying, and it is something to think about, if that's the case, I think it backfired on them because they still got what they needed to get.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's, at the end of the day, if you get the guys you're aiming for in the rounds that you want to get them, I'm not going to be super mad about that. Like, and again, we can talk about the value of going up to get Xavier Worthy with trading down from the 3rd round to the 4th round. We can absolutely talk about that, because I know on paper it says that it's an even trade. I would tend to disagree, considering the success of 3rd round picks versus 4th round picks and top 100 picks and so on and so forth. But I don't necessarily think it was a bad trade to move down roughly 30-ish spots and get the player that you want, like that you have circled on your board. If you can get them and guarantee nobody else does, I'm not going to be super mad, about it. Maybe.
I'm losing you there. I think it's probably my connection again. All right. Let me be right back.
All right, that's all right. We'll figure this out, guys. But yeah, I just saw a comment saying that it was Kingsley is Wanya Morris 2.0. I don't believe that that's very true. So that's why we have the breakdowns to show you guys the players that they are. So I don't think that's very true personally. But again, you never know. Thank you very much. Again, another gifted sub from my guy, Stevie Keys. Thank you for being here, Stevie. We appreciate you very much. Always appreciate the support every single day that you guys are in here. You guys are fantastic, and we love you. I did not actually cook anything extravagant today, Coach Colin. My daughter wanted tacos, so I made tacos. That's what we made for dinner. She does love tacos, which is nice because it's something else that she will eat without question. Makes me happy. Brandon Coleman. Okay, I've got that name. Patriots are currently selecting at pick 68. Glad my last name is not Bean. Brandon Patterson says, "Don't want to be Brandon Bean." That's pretty funny. Tacos are good, Jayhawk. They're legitimately one of my comfort foods. Are we going to see who they're picking? Or are they going to have 3 people talk and then they're just not going to say anything at all? No? Okay, cool. Once again, Larry, thank you very much for that 50. Love you guys. You guys are fantastic. The Patriots selected tackle Caden Wallace, who I had in the 5th round. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, that's weird. I think you missed an SC. I don't know what that means. A super chat? No, I'm still going through some super chats here. Addicted, thank you for your question. Not a Chiefs question. The Kansas Jayhawks will be your undefeated 2024 Big 12 championships. Rock chalk, baby. Well, as a Michigan fan, blah. But I'll leave that up there for Ryan because, I think he'll like to see that. Lee Mosley, if we trade back into the third, what position or player would you go for? I'm looking at defensive tackle still. My guy's on the board. And Dwayne Carter on the board still. You've got guys like McKinley Jackson, Leonard Taylor out of Miami. But I think defensive tackle would be my go-to. But I also would not be mad if they just said, screw it and go get Javon Baker. Like, that wouldn't make me mad. Corner, maybe. TJ Tampa still on the board. That's a possibility. I think those are the only 3 positions that I'd be looking at. But the fact that we have not seen another linebacker go off the board kind of tells you how the teams feel about every other position. I say that, and the Chargers come on the board, and Jim Harbaugh takes the Michigan man and Junior Colson. That makes perfect sense. Good job, Jim. Go get your Michigan players. I thought it was going to be Blake Corum, but maybe he circles back around and trades up for him. So the Chargers just picked Junior Colson out of Michigan, linebacker. Whew, that's an interesting one. I think it makes sense for him. They need linebacker play. So, and it fits with, again, Jim Harbaugh and his guys. So, Alex, thank you for the 5. Are you hoping Worthy is what Hardman should have been, or are they completely different? They're a bit different in the sense that deceleration players have higher success rates in offenses. If you can run routes and you can decelerate quickly, then you're able to run a more diverse route tree. You're able to sell routes more effectively. McCole Hardman could never really sell routes. He didn't know how. He was also too stiff. His hips and his ankle flexion didn't afford him enough opportunity to slow down, change direction while he's running routes quickly. And Xavier Worthy has that. He has change of direction. He has ankle flexion. He can move his body out of the way. He sets up defenders. He can go one way, angle his route one way, and go the opposite direction. So I think I wouldn't say they're necessarily completely different. But I will say that Worthy tracks the ball better downfield. He is better through contact. McCole Hardman got better at through contact throughout his career, and his change of direction is better. So they're a little bit different in that sense. But I appreciate the super chat, my friend. Dez, thank you for the 2. I missed it. Kingsley would start at left tackle. Yes, I believe he's going to be in competition, I believe, with Wanya Morris just to get the job at left tackle, and that will be probably where he starts, in my opinion. I think it'll be him and Jawan Taylor at the bookend. So that's what we think. Appreciate the 2, man. Appreciate you, Des. All right, so the Giants are on the board right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull this back up for you guys. Ryan probably doesn't have it. There it is. Never mind. He does. So the last couple of picks, Washington at 67 selected Brandon Coleman out of TCU. The Patriots at 68 selected Caden Wallace, right tackle out of Penn State. And the Chargers just took Junior Colson, linebacker out of Michigan. And the Giants are about to announce their pick.
Hey.
He's back.
I was having a snow issue on Starlink. So I had to go reboot that to get it to start heating up. It looks like my connection may be iffy or spotty the rest of the night, just so you know.
That's all right. I mean, we'll get through it. We got one more round here. We'll power through.
So Caden Wallace, huh?
That one was a surprise
I don't know,
to me.
man. Yeah,
That
I
was
don't
a
know.
surprise to me.
I worry about that
Giants
one,
just
but
took
hey,
your boy.
I wouldn't call him my boy.
For those of you that don't know, the
I had him-
Giants
where are
just
we? Are
selected
we-
Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky.
I literally had him right at this spot. So it makes me a little nervous that the Giants agreed with me.
I mean, what are the Patriots doing? Can we
Not
talk
the
about that real
affirmation I
quick?
was looking for. Have they done anything really?
I mean, they drafted
Drake,
Jalen Polk.
and
They've
now
got Caden Wallace. They've
Jalen.
got. I know what they're trying to do. Like, I get what they're attempting to do. Is Caden Wallace going to give you more than Michael Onwenu is going to give you at right tackle?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe I misevaluated Caden.
This goes back to what you said, though, is that Kingsley was the last of the pocket, and now you're noticeably down where grades are fluctuating all over the place versus our board because of who did the evaluation.
Yeah, that's fair. This is for you, by the way.
I like it, Addicted. Well done. Des, I missed it. Kingsley would start it. He'll fight for it, that's for sure. Sean, did you get Sean's 1,500 in here? You guys smash the like, smash it. I love it when people say that. I just don't. Content and perspectives. Thank you for being here, Sean. We appreciate you. Am I breaking up on you, Dan?
No, it's not you. I'm seeing picks go, and the Cardinals at pick number 71 just took Isaiah Adams, guard out of Illinois.
ESPN lists him as a tackle, and they think that he's going to stick. I don't know. Yeah.
No.
No. Not what you're looking for. So
5 seconds behind
that's
you.
2 players now that have gone ahead of both Christian Haynes and Dominic Pooney.
Yeah, I've got a lot more guys ranked ahead of them too, like quite a few.
Agreed.
Cooper Beebe's still there. Dominic Pooney. I like Hunter Norzad better. Christian Mahoney, Mason McCormick, Cedric Van Pran, Zach. Like this is a pretty extensive list of interior guys. So I'm a little interested to see what's going on with the league and these players, unless they all think they're just going to play tackle.
Who knows at this point? Put him at tackle and see what happens, right? Move him inside when you have to. I don't know. Sean, thank you, buddy. JT, the Destroyer, thank you for the 5 spot, buddy. Worth moving back up for TJ Tampa. If not, who would be worth it? So if you're calling the shots and you're like, hey, let's squeeze back into the third, who you coming up for?
So I want to – I kind of floated out the idea to go and just get Javon Baker and just say we're just going to add another wide receiver, a little bit different flavor, a guy who finds space well, gets open, catches everything. He's got some concentration drop stuff, but he's got really good hands down the field and at the sideline, things like that. But also just give me Dwayne Carter. Put Dwayne Carter next to Chris Jones and profit.
I'll take that. I'm still trying to find where I had Adams.
Yeah, I had him in the 4th, like the end of the 4th.
My board. Yeah, okay. Oh, so did I. Okay. There we go. Well, you and I are on the same page. That works. TJ Tampa, I have as a 3rd round grade. I don't think you have to move in. No, a day 3 grade, not a 3rd round grade. Apologies. I don't think you have to trade up to get TJ Tampa on this roster.
That's fair. I did have him in the second, but I don't know. I'm a little insecure about my second round grade on him right now. I'll be honest.
Yeah. It's not that far removed right now, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Thank you, JT. Appreciate the support. And I'll keep thinking. I might move in if I really wanted to. Braylon Trice, Austin Booker are two guys that I think are definitely worth third round grades. And if you feel like, despite Tamba working with with our guy in Felix Anadico-Azama, maybe you want to put another body at it. I don't know. I still would lean towards corners, edges, wide receivers, the core positions. And yes, I have come around on wide receiver being the fifth core position. Knew you'd be happy. Okay, I lurked for a while. Thank you, Tico, for the 10 spot. Appreciate you. And finally have enough beer in me to comment. I love so many of the KC channels, but you guys are my go-to. Well, Tico, thank you. I very much appreciate that because I got to tell you, we're blessed to have a lot of good quality content in Chiefs Kingdom. There are fan bases that don't get jack. So thank you. It's
incredible that we have enough people, enough places to pick from to say that you guys are, we're your favorite. Like that's awesome. So, and it doesn't disparage anybody else either because there's so much great content out there. We're a very lucky fan base to have such great content creators. So thank you for being here. And the fact that we're your go-to says a lot about, I think, what we do compared to everybody else. So that's awesome.
Thank you very, very much. And man, that's like 2 days in a row or 2 super chats in a row. We appreciate you. Keeps the lights on around here.
Not Lord, the internet.
Tonight,
though.
I might need it. More thunder snow right now. Trevin Wallace. It is the internet. Okay, sorry. Dang.
No, I was just joking around because thinking it doesn't keep the internet on because your internet's going in and out like it always does.
No, it doesn't. No. Still have lights though. We'll keep it running. Britton, thank you for the support. What is Sky Moore's role in this offense now? It's a dang good question. What's Kadarius Toney's role in this offense now? Does he stay on the roster?
I mean, probably. You have to think that they're still going to keep them on the roster. If they double dip, we can start asking the question: who's in line to maybe lose their job to really have to compete? And honestly, they should double dip just for that. Bring real, legitimate, young competition in for these players. Make them have to earn a roster spot, not have it given to them because they were a second-round pick or they were traded for. Earn your keep.
Yeah, I can get down with that. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just not. I'm trying not to go over the deep end on Sky Moore and hope that he's still recoverable. Maybe there's something we don't know. I'm not sure. For all of you Power Cats out there, Cooper Beebe has just gone off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. So welcome in. Beebe's there. A little bit late, but glad to see that he's still a day 2 guy. I think maybe just the general movement was maybe a little bit lacking for some teams.
Yeah, that's what it was for me. I think people said that he was athletic. I turned on the tape and I'm like, that's not what I see. I see a guy who is put into space, but if you watch him pull, he does the little like foot shuffle. It's the foot shuffle. It's not a turn and get out into space. And they just even highlighted him as an athletic puller. No, he's not. He's not an athletic puller. So I don't get that from that perspective, but this is going to bring physicality to it. And while we're on the point of me talking, I'm going to take like a 5-10 minute break, get some coffee, and go to the bathroom and kind of collect myself real quickly.
Sounds good. So, Britton, to explore your question farther, it's going to be an evolution. It's going to be a back and forth. And I'm really intrigued by it, to tell you the truth, because I don't know what's going to come of it. I hope the competition breeds improvement, and I hope it sparks something in somebody, whether it's Sky, whether it's KT. I think Justin Watson's proven that he'll rise to the occasion, and I do think right now he's probably still slated as a starter. But I do want to see more. I want to see that impetus to, I have to get better. I don't have any time to screw around. Both those guys have been in the league long enough at this point. And Sky Moore in particular, having walked on to 2 Super Bowl rosters, he's got to get going. And I do think that there is a little bit more juice here. Dang it. Braylon Trice does go off the board at 74 to the Atlanta Falcons. I was hoping he might last a little bit longer and the Chiefs might come get him. I do love his game. He produces the most pressure in college football the last 2 years. That's a good pick for the Falcons. After their head scratcher last night, I think they made up for it a little bit there. Thank you, Britton. Eli, I hope you're doing good, buddy. If we can come back and pick up in the 3rd round, who should we pick and why? I'll save that for him for when he gets back. I think he just hit a wall. Stevie, thank you for another membership to Freebie for everybody out there. Hope you guys appreciate that. Give Stevie a clap on the back if you would. He's out there and has been around this channel for a very long time. Former contributor, still does a ton, and in the Discord. So make sure you check out the Discord once you become a member. That is, click the join button down there and hit the rookie level or above, and you're going to be in great shape. You connect your Discord account to your YouTube account, and you're in like Flynn. Thanks, buddy. Alistair, nice to see you. When do you guys think Worthy and Kingsley were solidified on their board? Is this pretty much decided before the combine and the 30 visits, or are those just for them to confirm their original plan? It's a bit of a mix. I think Kingsley probably landed on their board at the Senior Bowl as a guy who does have a couple of warts and therefore should be available in the second day. I think they probably had abandoned all hope after scouting Joe Alt and Fatano for so long that they knew they would have to give up so much capital to go get him. It wasn't going to work. So I think they relegated themselves to trying to get the speed. And I think that was probably there for Worthy before. But you walk in and you beat Deion Sanders in a timed event at the Combine. I think that's probably like, put the stamp on, it's in ink. And that's when that happened. Those are my guesses. Now, the Combine's great for 2 things. One, it will confirm what you already have on your evaluation. And 2, if you miss something, it may open your eyes. It's a bit of both. So I do think this was probably more confirmation on both of them than anything else. Thank you, and great question. Addicted. Why do you think Pooney hasn't been picked yet? It's because, in my opinion, he's just not quite a full-fledged left tackle. Yes, he's super versatile, and yes, he can play 5 positions. He snapped well at the Senior Bowl. He's a value guy, but he's a jack of all trades, master of none kind of guy. And so I think right now it's still about guys that they feel can plug in and be an absolute starter at a position. I think he'll still go this round. I think he goes tonight. But I think that's really the thing here. I think that could be said of Christian Haynes too. Not that they don't know his position, but his position, his film has been played against a lower level of competition. I think that's probably what's scaring teams off about there. BB went. Coleman went. The next guy to go, my thought, is either going to be Cedric Van Pan Granger from UGA or Pooney. There, maybe Christian Mahogany sneaks in there. I did have him a little bit above Pooney, but it seems that he also is getting a little bit deterred from what's going on. Not sure exactly why that is. In fact, I'm going to take a second here and reshare so that we can take a look at the board together, and we will go through it. And I'll try to get myself out the way. Looks like I need to change the dimensions here shortly. Sorry. Give me just a second, and I'll get that sorted. There we go. So, Addicted, thank you. I'm going to take your question off, but thank you for it. I do appreciate it. Let me clear these. And so here's where the board sits for me right now. And I'm going to get as much real estate of this as I can. So best running back available for me is Jalen Wright. Could the Chiefs trade in and take a running back? Very unlikely. If they did, I might have a conniption here on camera. And I'm trying to say that in the nicest way, to tell you the truth. So that is a possibility. Let me get that out of there. That we could see happen. I'm just not thinking that's the way that it's going. There are still absolute quality wide receivers out here. Troy Franklin's falling down. This is the range where we kind of thought Jalen McMillan would be going anyway. I had him a little bit higher because I do like him a little bit more than most, but he's still out there. Then you have Devontae, you have Wilson, Baker, that Dan loves. So plenty of options there. Then we get over to tight ends. Sinnott did go. I'm much higher on trying to convert Johnny Wilson than I am trying to draft Jatavian Sanders. I'm higher on Sanders than Dan is. That is for sure as well. Tomorrow will be, I think, the gold for tight ends. If you can't get Brock Bowers, I think tomorrow's where you're going to pick up athletic guys like Theo Johnson, Jared Wiley. My draft crush, Jack Westover, I think he can do a little bit of everything for you. I think he's a better Noah Gray in Noah Gray's role. That's what I'm looking for. Off the board right now at 75 goes Kieran Ameneje, who we did work up, the Yale tackle. Again, very raw, and level of competition is a question there. But he does go in the second round right about, let's double check where I had him. Yeah, right here is exactly where I had him. So had that evaluation nailed pretty good. I'm not sure where Dan had him, but we'll check when Dan's back. And so again, just to finish up that Eric Don Holker, Tip Ryman, a lot of volume in tight end on day 3. So I do think that that's where they'll go. We were just going to run down the tackles, but you see after Kingsley, now the third tier. And what I counted was first round, I counted the first tier, yeah? And then these 5 guys were my second tier. And I would call, even though it was a round gap, I would call Fisher, Paul, and Ameneje the third tier. Now you're into guys. Wallace did get drafted early, but I think that was a mistake. And now you get into journeyman, question marks, darts at boards. So the Chiefs definitely got in by the hair of their chinny chin chin in order to get their business done. We talked about the interior offensive line. Best on board now is, for me, Dan's Dwayne Carter, followed by Leonard Taylor and Brandon Dorless at the defensive tackle position. Oh, for some reason, I did not even cross off T'Vondre Sweat, who was actually taken. And then tomorrow, we're going to get into some of the guys that I think the Chiefs are going to like. I think defensive tackles on the board for tomorrow. Between Mekhi Wingo, Gabe Hall, who is long, tall, and everything that you're looking for strength-wise, and Fabian Lovett, who has the longest arms of the defensive tackle class. Those guys, and maybe even McKinley. I have him there, but I'm not sure the Chiefs are as high on him as I am. But that cluster right there in the 5th is what I think the Chiefs are looking at. Then we come back, and Braylon Trice just went off the board. So good for him. It was right in the area that I had him, so comfortable with that. I am a little surprised that Adisa Isaac has not been selected yet. I thought he would have gone. And clearly, there's something in the eval that most teams are not pulling the trigger on, because Jonah Ellis literally just went to the Broncos as I was asking that. And I have him. Where do I have him? I have to go back and find it. I have him right under Booker. Similar here. This is a little early for me, but it also tells me that the Broncos have spent some picks on edge rushers lately, some stand-up types that apparently they don't think are working out. I don't know. Dan's back. Do you have a thought on the edge class here?
Well, I think that what we're seeing from Denver is that they want to match Jonah Ellis with a guy like Baron Browning, who's going to win based on speed and athleticism. And Jonah Ellis has a pretty good pass rush tool bag. And I think that they want to pair. Maybe he's not going to win as quickly in the NFL as they're the guy they want opposite him, but I think Jonah Ellis plays with decent physicality, strength, and they want to pair that with a speed-based pass rusher on the opposite side. So I don't mind it myself. That's about where I had Jonah Ellis going. Mid-third is where I have him in my ranking. And I also had Adisa Isaac ranked just above him in the third round, and Chris Braswell down below Ellis. So, yeah, this is right where I had him. So it makes sense to me.
Okay, cool. You were more accurate on Braswell than I was. I liked him a bit more because I'm a little surprised by that. So Isaac's still on the board. Austin Booker's still on the board. Then tomorrow we're going to get into, I believe, the Muhammad Kamaras and the Gabriel Murphys. The Raiders just took another offensive tackle, Delmar Glaze, who I don't think made my board. Was he on yours?
I didn't have him on my board because I didn't evaluate him. I didn't see much of his tape. So I'm going to have to do, I don't know, a better job next year of getting more tackles.
You know, I was just not, I was not impressed. They're showing him here on the on one of the broadcasts as being a mover, and I just never felt that he moved very well, to tell you the truth. I thought he just turned
Why
his
are we
shoulders way too
showing?
early.
They just showed him get out in space and miss the block. Well, why?
I don't know what they're doing. Looks like Philadelphia is trading into or trading out of, and the Texans have moved in on the clock on their selection at 78. Delmar Glaze, not on either of our draft boards. That's going to be an interesting one, Oakland.
Man, that's a weird pick. But I'm going to go ahead and answer your question here, Addicted, because I like Roman Wilson, and he wasn't asked to do a lot at Michigan, which, again, he shouldn't be penalized for that. When we got to see him at the Senior Bowl, he was much more nuanced. He showcased that he was much more than just a deep vertical threat that was able to really find space after the initial play broke down. I think he's very good from the second reaction plays we see in Kansas City that get kind of highlighted. Those types of plays where play breaks down post route space finding. I think he's very good at that. I think you're going to find that he's not the most physical player in the world. If you can get hands on him early in the stem, he can be pushed off, but he's much more than what he was asked to do at Michigan. And the one thing that sticks in my head is I was watching him at the end of the day one of practice, him against Quinyon Mitchell, maybe the most physical corner in this class, and he just worked him. Like, that sticks in my brain. So I'm a big fan of Roman Wilson. I would not be surprised if he went here in the third round.
Keep hope alive. It's still there. Value is value.
Absolutely.
I think, let's see. Somebody just asked a question. We're going to get to that in a minute about the linebacker. In fact, let's go to that now, if I can find it. Dustin, thank you. Is Peyton Willis worth coming into the third round to get? I actually had a second round grade on him, with the understanding that, as I heard it, they're comfortable with where he is and that they do feel he's going to have another ACL repair. As I understand, there's not much there in one of the knees. I'm not sure which it is, but that everything else was leaning towards somebody taking him. I'm a little surprised, but once I heard that report, he's had double ACLs and one still isn't repaired, I'm not taking him. If I had heard that several days ago before I put the board out, I would have taken him off my board.
Yeah, that was something I didn't know. So that's why he was still in the second round for me, but that's why he's dropping. So that's not shocking.
Nah, not much of a surprise there. And hey, that's okay. But Jeremiah Trotter is the guy that was linebacker one for a lot of people for a long time, and he is in this range for me on the third round. We'll see if he actually makes it or not. Delmar Glaze is going to pair well with Johnny Donut. Sure, absolutely. I like that. Well done. Am I still lagging real bad? You look frustrated.
Yeah, you're like 7 seconds behind me when I'm done talking.
We're gonna go back to Mind Shift. Could I get a quickie recap of your thoughts on Kingsley pick? Because I missed it live. I'm gonna remove myself from the conversation, Dan. Run down your Val, and I'll just be quiet here.
All right. So Kingsley is one you can follow up after we're all done here and watch the breakdown of him on RGR football. I did that a few weeks ago, actually, before the draft. And it's a good investment in their offensive line. He just turned 21 in January. He has experience playing right tackle, left tackle, but it would be a left tackle pick for me. He's got the athleticism to be able to do whatever you want him to do. He can get out and move. He's going to be a good screen blocker. He has the want to finish blocks and road great people, but that does come with its set of challenges where sometimes he will be a little high on his toes, like Ryan was talking about earlier. He does lunge at times, and he will let guys into his chest frequently, and the ability to re-anchor is there. It's not always the first thing that comes to mind for him. And that's one of the, again, growth. Andy Heck is going to be able to help him there, but it's not a surefire 100%. He's going to start right away. I had him at the top of the second because the upside to be a stud left tackle is there. It's all there. He has all the physical tools. I think he has the smarts. I think he picks up stunts pretty well. And wait, maybe he's the guy that picks up stunts very well. I can't remember right now. But he has the mental acumen to do that. And Ryan's muted.
I'm talking to myself mostly anyway, just try not to interrupt your flow. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I think that might be part of what's bogging me down here. So Mindshift, thank you for the support. Appreciate you. Hanneman, I'm sorry, Dan drinks his coffee in the bathroom. Sometimes, when you're in need of a pick-me-up.
I don't know why people think I'm drinking in a bathroom.
Because when you left, you're like, I'm going to go get my coffee and go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think Ryan's gone, actually. I think we just lost him. I was wondering why it was so quiet there for a second. Oh, no, there he is.
I'm just adrift in a snowstorm, man.
I'm not so sure we're going to have Ryan for much longer tonight, guys. It doesn't look too good. The Indianapolis Colts select Matt Goncalves out of Pittsburgh. He was getting a lot of steam coming into the draft, so I had him just on the outskirts of the third round. But it makes sense, especially if you're looking for guys that have that athletic ability. I think he played right tackle for Pittsburgh, and he's definitely going to be someone that I do think plays well in the NFL. So Indy needed that other bookend tackle, and I think that they may have gotten him there.
I will not argue with you.
Look through the questions.
Another one, I believe. Yep. I want to study well for next year's draft. Where's a good place to get all 22? You got to beg, borrow, and steal, buddy. It's a barter system for the most part. Got to give to get kind of thing. So you might be able to find some on there's a Reddit page that I think some people use. Not something I've had success with, but I know some have. So I would check that out. And thank you for the support. Appreciate you.
There's always also getting in with caddies cut-ups. Caddies cut-ups is another way to do that as well. It's not as extensive as everyone else, but it does get a lot of film in there for a source that anybody can have access to.
This is more a question for Dan. I mentioned this a little while ago. Dan, would you trade back into the third round, even at the end, go anywhere near Jatavian Sanders?
Yeah, no, not for me. If I'm trading back into the third round, I'm going to get a wide receiver.
Make the most of it. I do think there's some corners on day 3 that are going to be good too. So I would go with that.
I'm
Make
with
the
you. That makes
most
sense.
of it. Scott, how you doing? Does the Kingsley pick rule out Donovan Smith or any other free agent tackle? I don't think so, but it does make him cheaper. And I think OTAs will tell us whether they think they even need him at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they end up doing because maybe they need a backup at right tackle. That's something that we've kind of discussed, but also maybe Wanya Morris is your backup at right tackle, and he's going to be your swing interior and swing tackle. They bring in Donovan Smith to compete at left tackle, but also ultimately to either back up or mentor Kingsley Suamataia, and that's how that works out.
Yeah, which I think is a valuable thing to have. Update here. The Bengals war room is very, very ecstatic that they got headache Jermaine Burton into the roster to give them another downfield threat, given that they can't keep any of their wide receivers happy.
Yeah, well, they're going to be really getting rid of T. Higgins. That's why they're so excited because they want to bring in Jermaine Burton to that way they don't have to pay T. Higgins. That's what this entire excitement's about. We don't have to pay him.
Do you think that he even knowing that? Do you think that he even plays for them now, or is he still going to stand? Oh wait, maybe I'm not going to play for you. Maybe I want my trade demand back.
I mean, he didn't necessarily rescind it, but he's on the franchise tag, so he's getting guaranteed money anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. I wonder if somebody missed out on a prime receiver they wanted and might do that. Just because I would love to see the Bengals have to take a step back from him.
It's fair.
Just my thought. Josh, is CB an option with the pick that KC has in the 4th? I would like Abrams Drain in KC. I think it's certainly on the table. And I do have a 4th round grade on him. So I think that's legitimate. I also have grades in that round on Kyrie Jackson, Cam Hart, and Nehemiah Pritchett. Those are the 4 guys that I have there.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. My thing about Abrams Drain is that, he's 179, and I don't think he's a good tackler. He's not very physical. He's not going to do much in your man coverage press situations like that, what the Chiefs want. So is he just going to be a slot only guy? Like, is that what they want him? What they would draft him for? Maybe. I think what I'm looking at is a guy like the Cameron Richards, who is a physical player, who has got deep speed, long, and I think he's got some concern. He plays a lot more zone coverage and press man coverage, but I think he's shown the ability to do it at Mississippi State. But he will take some chances and have to use that recovery speed at times. And we see that happen from time to time in Kansas City. So it wouldn't shock me if he was on their board on day 3 either.
Yeah. PK, I'll get you here in a second. Okay. Thanks, Josh. Addicted, Muhammad Kamara or Dan's wide receiver if they trade back into the 3rd. Probably right now the receiver. I do have a 3rd round grade on Baker as well, and I think I have Kamara in the 4th. So just going strictly by the board rather than availability, that would make sense.
Yeah, I think the value-wise, it would make more sense with the wide receiver because, one, we're seeing that the wide receivers aren't necessarily going as much as I think people expected. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only been 12 wide receivers selected. So that's not very many. And last year, I believe 17 went in on days 1 and 2. So are we to believe that the NFL is down on the wide receivers? Or they just think that there's so much value that other positions need to be selected. And right now, we're seeing tackles that we haven't even worked up being drafted because teams might feel that wide receiver is so deep.
Yeah. I am surprised by two things. One, that Christian Jones, if you're going to take Mac Goncalves and you're going to take Caden Wallace, Christian Jones should be in the conversations right now around the league.
I agree.
Let's see what the Seahawks
Christian
do, because
Haynes.
they're crazy. There we go. It's about dang time. You know, they have bookend tackles that they selected in the draft, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
It was a year ago. I can't even remember. So, you know, you come back, fill it in, get what you need to get done. And I think that makes sense for them.
This is a great pick for them. It's setting up for when they eventually go away from Geno. Young, great offensive line, weapons. There's been rumors that DK Metcalf is on the trade block. That's interesting to me. But also, if you have Jackson Smith and Jigba, he kind of fits in the same role. I know he's shorter, but he's not going to create a ton of separation in the NFL. But it's interesting how they're going to use him. So this is work. It makes sense for them. Physical, good offensive line, and they're going to run the ball. Like this feels like they might be working towards Zach Charbonnet being their number one running back and not Kenneth Walker.
I am going to dig that. Let Kenneth be the change of pace thing. I am a big Charbonnet dude. You guys know that. But I can throw this. Maybe I will. I'll try to show this again. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here. If you would hit the like, we would appreciate it. This is a marathon, and you guys hanging in for a second straight night. We're on the clock now for 3.5 hours. I'm a little bit less, but thank you. Cardinals pick is in, and we do want to share this stuff with you. This is a look at what the Seahawks had to work with, and I agree with you that it could go that direction. But with Charles Cross on one side and Luke Abraham on the other, you're filling in at Anthony Bradford. I think this is squarely placed at him. Laken Tomlinson, I don't know. He is getting up there, so maybe you're just filling it in, but I do like this. Now, the most athletic tight end is now going off the board to the Cardinals. It is Tip Ryman of Illinois. And I think that's probably a solid pick for them. Help Kyler out a little bit more.
They have Trey McBride? Am I taking crazy pills?
That's a fair point. And did they not have Ertz for a while as well? That didn't seem to help. They didn't run 12 enough, did they?
No, they didn't.
McBride is their starter. Elijah Higgins, another converted wide receiver, listed as their second tight end. And now Tip. Okay, I mean, you do have to have three. And who do they have to find? Travis Vokolek.
I love so many other needs. They have so many other needs. This was a bad pick.
They still have Dortch as one of their starters. I'm seeing. Let's see who else. They did get Darius Robinson for one of their edges. They still have Zaven off the line. Justin Jones. Bilal Nichols. I mean, let me put words in your mouth. I'm looking at their defensive interior here. You would much rather them go Dwayne Carter here, right? I mean, that's an upgrade over both those guys.
McKinley Jackson, Leonard Taylor, any of these guys is an upgrade over these players. Like, come on.
Well, let's see what the Rams do, because they ain't got that many picks because they don't treasure them like I do. But we'll see what they do with it. They are taking X, Y, or Z.
What?
Wow. We only want small running backs. It is Blake Corum, the Michigan running back, who is got some fire about him, and I will give him credit going to the Los Angeles Rams. Didn't see that coming.
Okay. I don't understand it, because he's like Kyron Williams, but Kyron Williams can pass protect. They're not too far away from each other in terms of what they're going to bring to your offense. I would say that Blake's vision, short area quickness is probably better, And I mean, he wasn't asked to be a pass catcher. Kyron was.
True.
And they both got soft hands. But it does feel like they want to run the football in LA, right? And this is going to help that. And maybe Kyron Williams is not the best short area guy, or short, short yardage running back. I think the Blake is a good short area back, but for a guy who is as small as he is, he gets swallowed up by bigger guys. If he gets squared up, he's not going anywhere. He'll get swallowed up. So I like the idea here. I'm confused about, again, a young defense that just lost Raheem Morris at their defensive coordinator position, and he got the most out of a bad group and young group. You needed to inject talent there, and they did not do that with this pick.
No, not with this one. They did with their first two in Verse and Fisk, so I could see some of that. But this feels like insurance. This is two undersized guys. They like them small. They like the low center of gravity, contact balance. I would say Kyron and Blake are similar in that way. And now you've got a pair of them that you can throw at a team. So you're doubling down, that old saying, one is none, two is one. Now you have redundancy there. I agree with you.
Sean McVay
they definitely have
just gave a big old finger to Jim Harbaugh. He's in LA, but he's not with you, buddy.
Right? You can come across town if you need to. I'll be up in the hills in my pool.
That's funny.
Tubius, I'm gonna call it. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you mentioning that, and welcome to the channel. Make sure you sub, because we do talk about everything. It is a Chiefs channel first, but we talk about the whole league, as you can tell. So very much appreciate the comment. What else we got here? We got Muhammad. We got that one. Kevin, what's up, Kev? Do you guys think that getting Worthy in Hollywood will force teams back into shell coverage and let Kelsey feast again? If it doesn't, they're going to get burnt to a crisp.
This is exactly what the Chiefs needed to do. And yeah, we just saw Rowan Wilson go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So that's an unfortunate pick. But also, like, that's going to be a pretty decent combination with him and George Pickens. That's a good pick. So yeah, that's unfortunate. But back to the question at hand. If they're up in physical with Travis Kelce, that's taking somebody outside of shell coverage and outside of zone coverage and putting them online in Travis. You can attack that. And if you continue to do that, teams are going to be like Ryan said, they're going to be toast. It's going to be speed. It's going to be just quick over. It's going to be RPOs, back to it. It's going to be hell for those defenses.
I concur. Thanks, Kevin. PK, would you trade back into the third for B? Hang on. Let me go see if you corrected that. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Hey, look, it worked that time. I'm amazed. Would you trade back into the third to take Brendan Rice? If I got a good deal, otherwise, I think you can probably wait it out for the fourth.
We're looking at wide receivers not really being a run right now in the third round. Still, I don't think you need to trade back in to get him.
I concur. And I wouldn't want to waste the opportunity, Okay, let's see. Jason, is there a CB who plays similar to LJ left on the board? It's a good question. The guy that I thought was most like him was Renardo Green. He's gone. I wouldn't say that Cam Hart plays like LJ, but I could see it from here.
If you squint pretty hard, you can kind of make it out. He's bigger. He's bigger than LJ. He's got length. He is a big guy, but he's not as physical as L'Jarius, but he's not unwilling. So Cam Hart probably, I think Johnny Dixon does. Now he's smaller, but Johnny Dixon is one of the most aggressive physical guys in the class, and he's a good blitzer, and he is not afraid to come down here and tackle. So he's a guy that I like. He's way higher on my board than maybe anybody else's. I mean, I got him in the fourth round. So
rock and roll. I think I'm a little lower than you, but not much. Maybe a round. I have him in the 5th, I think. Kevin, do you guys think that Worthy? Okay, nope, that's the one I just neglected to unclick.
Oh, okay.
Red Hood, hope you're doing good, buddy. If the Chiefs bring in a mentor, bring in Bakhtiari. We don't need Kingsley being taught to hold out there by the left tackle. Appreciate Donovan Smith last year, but yeah. I mean, if you have a guy you're going to bring in, you're not getting Bakhtiari. Bakhtiari is still too good in his mind to take anything less than like an $8, $9, $10 million contract for a single year. Like, I don't think that's feasible.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's just at this point, someone who says that he probably won't be playing on turf, it's tough to demand anything else. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what we're doing here.
I'm confused. Thanks, Reddit. Chiefs fan, Ryan, you don't think that Jalen Coker is better than a 7th round pick? It's not that I don't think he doesn't have potential. Against his level of competition, I'm just not convinced that he's going to be able to make the transition. He's definitely got talent and he's got skills. I think he can do it, but I'm not willing to bet a 4th round pick on it. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's fair. I have him in the 5th myself. When you watch his tape, there is actual usage, nuance usage. Like, he does move guys. He tries to attack inside leverage and break outside. So I have him a bit higher because of that, but it is so hard to project those guys that are Holy Cross or Ivy League, things like that, because there's no teaching. They have to do what they know, and there's just not much development there. So that's the only reason he's not higher.
The only film I got on him was Yale and Dartmouth, and that's just not a competitive comparison to the NFL. There's no way for me to take anything from that.
There was a game. I have one against Boston College that I watched. So there's step up in competition. So there's something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. It was my problem too with CJ Hansen, who I do like physically, and he's good on film. He's athletic on film. There's just no way to know if anybody could even give him a run for his money.
Yeah, that's fair.
The other Holy Cross player, folks, that we'll talk about tomorrow, interior offensive lineman. Sorry, Chiefs fan. That not a slight against your guy. Carl Nassib is back on the stage. Son of a okay, Cleveland.
Yeah,
you did something right.
That's a good pick. They got 2 good players, Michael Hall Jr. and Zach Zinter here from Michigan. That's a good pick.
That is a good pick. Everyone I talked to said that Zach Zinter isn't going to get taken until day 3 because he had a tib-fib fracture. It's a significant injury, but he's rehabbing well. And I thought he was going to fall down and be the next Trey Smith, the value of the draft. That's a heck of a pick. Cleveland grabs it when they needed it.
Absolutely. And that's 3 straight Michigan players being drafted. And as DC points out, it is my run. It's a Michigan run. So thank you for pointing that out for me, big dog. Love it. Yeah.
That's awesome. I still have another Michigan lineman on my board. Do you?
I have a couple of them.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've got a couple of them.
Okay. The last guy that I really like from there is undersized, but he's a nasty little bugger. Their center, Drake Nugent. I like him for somebody.
I've got him and Ladarius Henderson both in the 5th round.
Yeah, okay. Dustin, another question, and thank you for throwing these out. Franklin, Jalen, Coker, I assume, Baker, Walker, if you were to pick out of them, which are you taking?
Okay, Franklin, Jalen,
Trade
Tez
up.
Walker, and taking Javon Baker. I'm taking Javon Baker.
I think I would still take Troy, but it would be close between those 2.
Yeah, Jalen McMillan was the
Dang
name.
it! Jayhawk Nation, I apologize. We slept long enough.
Pick.
Dominic Pudi is a 49er now.
That's a good pick.
I don't like it. Sneaky little Niners. Dang it. Good for him. Puni goes off the board at 86. Before he came to Mobile, Dan, I don't know that he got any higher than the 5th round. Oh, except for you.
I had him as a 4th round pick. And then I saw him at the Super Bowl. And I'm like, this guy is a day 2 pick. He's good. He's so good. He's got great hands, power, athleticism, 5 position flexibility. Well, I mean, yeah, love it.
I got to tell you, John Lynch is pissing me off. Took 3 guys that I really like in Puni, Pearsall, and Bernardo Green.
Yeah.
Making
it's a
me
good draft.
angry,
They're having
John.
a good draft.
Yeah. I mean, and if there's a team that you think might be able to compete to get back to see the Chiefs again, you got to watch what they're doing, folks. I'm going to watch
Absolutely.
their UDFAs. I'm going to see everything that they do. I know they're in a little bit of hot water right now with the wide receiver situation. I think that they're going to tamp that down. I honestly, Dan, did you catch Debo's comments after the Super Bowl?
I didn't. Probably not anyway.
Okay. I thought that might have gotten under people's skin a little bit because he's like, I just can't take the losing anymore. And it's losing in the big game that I think he's talking about, but people took it and ran with it kind of.
Yeah, no, that's just we keep getting here, we keep getting close, and we keep losing. That's what it is. That's the competitive spirit. Nobody wants to keep getting to that point and lose. Deebo Samuel is not somebody. I've never seen him be somebody outside of, I just want to win these games. Like I just want to start winning these football games. He's competitive, and obviously injuries play into that too because he's been injured a couple times in his career. He's had to play running back. He's had to play wide receiver. Like there's a lot going on for him. So I get that.
Fly for Steelies. I apologize. I must have let it out of the bag. John still has a house here in Denver. I must have run into him some night. Yeah. I will stop giving him my board. I promise. And back to our previous question, Dan. Yeah. Hey, well done. Back to our previous question. It was Jalen McMillan into that scenario with Baker and Troy. I would be tempted to probably take McMillan out of that group myself.
That's fair. My highest graded player is Javon Baker, and that's what I would go with. But I mean, I'm not going to argue about Jalen McMillan, dude. That dude is really underrated.
I know you're not. Best on my board at wide receiver is Franklin, followed by McMillan, and then I have Walker. Oh, Wilson's gone, and then Baker. So we're a little bit different, but I default to you because you did way more film work on all of them than I did.
That's fair. I know that we're talking the Troy Franklin fall. We've talked about him a little bit. I know people are kind of losing their minds over it. I'm going to say that the interviews probably didn't go well on top of all the other stuff. There's no way a fall like this happens for a guy who was excellent at Oregon this year with the quarterback that got drafted in the top 12. His number 1 wide receiver this year doesn't go until the 3rd round, maybe not even until day 3. Something is amiss with Troy Franklin, and it has to be the interview process.
Yeah, I think you're dead on. I don't know what else could throw it off because did he have an excellent combine? No, his pro day was better, but I agree with you. It's got to be something in the interaction with people. David, would either of you take Jaheim Bell at some point tomorrow, or is he a grade double?
Well, he's not a grade double. That's for sure. He's smaller than. He's 6 foot, guys. Yeah. He's 6 foot. He's not a tight end. In no way, shape, or form is he a real tight end. He is a slot. He's a power slot. And that's fine. But he's not. Having him as a tight end is a misnomer. It's a misnomer. He can't play tight end in the NFL. So,
and even
as
at
a weapon,
he's not. Yeah. And what we saw in Mobile was not weapon-ish.
No. He dropped the ball a lot too.
Didn't scare. Yeah. It didn't scare me. That's for dang sure. Pretty Ricky. Could I get a shout out watching the draft with my dad? My name is Sonny. Pretty Ricky Cruz. Let's go Chiefs. And I'm 7 years old.
What's going on, Pretty Ricky?
Well, Sonny, Pretty Ricky. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate you guys being on, and
I
I hope
love
you and your
that.
dad have a great night. Good for you. My girls used to watch the draft with me. When they were first born, they got to watch me cry about Glenn Dorsey's being selected by the Kansas City Chiefs. So, hey, it's a tradition, and I'm glad you guys do it too.
I remember him getting selected. I was like, I didn't even know anything about what the Chiefs were doing. I'm like, what the hell are they doing?
FW, why is TJ Tampa still available, and should we go up and get him? I would not go get up and get him. No, I'm not certain that his play against the rest of the Big 12 warranted much. I did not do a full breakdown on him, but what I saw was middling in terms of performance. Did you get a better look at him than I did?
So I did, I think he's got good size. He's disruptive at the catch point. He is more of that boundary kind of guy, right? Experienced in that off-man, press-man stuff. I'm also looking at EJ Holt's report because EJ is as our DB guy. So I'm going to trust him. And also EJ is a fantastic follow on Twitter. That dude knows so much about defensive football, like legit. So he says that he's got enough speed to carry.
Maybe we'll get him on tomorrow. He was going to try to make it tonight.
That's okay. We'll ask and see what happens.
Yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off. Enough speed to carry vertical routes. Is that where you're at?
Yeah.
Works for me. So that's more than likely it. I know he had a couple of tackle problems as well.
Yeah, it's he's only average in terms of acceleration and play strength, according to EJ as well. So
Marshawn Lloyd.
I can't stand this pick. And it's selfish. It's pure selfish.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have so much Josh Jacobs investment in fantasy football.
Oh, it's old school Green Bay though. Oh man, I like this kid.
Man,
he wasn't the highest on my board, but he might have been my favorite.
I do. I love Marshawn Lloyd. The guy is just a playmaker, and he is a preferable one cut player. He wants to get up downhill quickly. He can make guys miss, but you can tell that he is a upright runner. Like he runs high hipped. And if he's asked to make guys miss in the backfield and then get going, it's not going to work for you. Also, his vision is very, very spotty. So he's a runway guy. But if he gets those runways, and that's what Green Bay wants, look out.
Yeah. I tell you what, at least there's still a chance. My guy Braylon Allen is still on the board. So let's hope that he falls into the 5th somewhere where he's approachable. Maybe even the 6th. I'd love it.
I'd rather take Ray Davis.
Who?
Ray Davis.
Ray's kind of explosive as well. Tyke Smith goes from Georgia to the Buccaneers, a short trip. But there you go, Thundarius. There's your dog. Thomas Cooney, keep doing what you do. I hope we get Shipley tomorrow. Thank you, Thomas, and appreciate the support. Thomas. And I'm with you. I like Shipley. I think I've said that a few times, but in this offense, I think he'd be really, really interesting as a change of pace from Isaiah and Clyde, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Jonathan, if we trade back into the 3rd, what team do you think would trade with us that are left? That's a great question. Destination spot.
I think you can probably get any one of these teams too. Did they?
Probably. Yeah, like Green Bay just went at 88. They have 91. The Cards have another pick here at 90. The Bucks had 89 and they have 92. It is a good area right now to try to trade back in with teams that, that have the double ups. And they're dancing in Tampa. Good for them. I'll give you this, Tampa Bay. I like the vibe in your war room. Everybody's casual and in flip flops and stuff. I don't like the let's wear a 3-piece suit on draft day thing.
I don't
That
either,
ain't me.
man.
Here's the 90th for the Cardinals. Elijah Jones goes. He out. Boston College gets another one, and it's not this guy. Great question, Greg. Is Mahogany still available? Yes. Worth trading up for? Probably not. I think I had him in the second, but I'm not trading up for a guard either way. They've done enough trading up for specific players. I don't think I'm going to go up there. Let it fall and see what happens. But that's another BC player.
Yeah, I think I've got him in the third round myself, but I'm not trading up for an interior offensive lineman when, again, I'm looking at wide receivers on this board. And for whatever reason, the NFL is not as high on these guys as we are. And I mean, granted, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 receivers left graded on day 2. So we're about in the same ship. We're in the same boat, right? We're in the same area. So that makes sense. And typically we don't get as many wide receivers go as we expect, specifically on day 1. That didn't happen. So this makes sense to me.
Yeah, I like it. Got a couple more here. You're gonna love these. Dub Freak, thank you again. It's getting damn early over there, isn't it? How many draft picks do we have left? None tonight. Is it worth trading up? There's 4 remaining, right? Is it 2 4s still? 5, 6, 7?
2 4s,
5 picks?
5, 6, 7.
Okay. So the volume is there. They could be trying to come in right now. With the pack on the board again, Tampa Bay's after them with a second pick here in the last 10 picks. That's exactly who I'd be trying to call. But hey, let's see if they can get it done. Veach gives you no warning, man. He'll just trade in at the randomest spots. So I'm going to cross my fingers, buddy. Hopefully before the sun comes up by you, they can get something done.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Thanks for the support,
nice.
as always. I know you're tired.
Thank you.
Teddy, thank you, buddy. You're with Dan. The Rattler Slide, future QB2. What do you think?
I believe he's going to be a starter at some point. But at the end of the day, it's a very weird position that we're in where all 6 quarterbacks went first round and maybe not one goes on day 2. Like, that's an interesting position because Bo Nix is a day 2 quarterback. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let Sean Payton try and fool you into thinking that he's reminds him of Patrick Mahomes in 2017 because he doesn't. He's not that level of player. So
no,
it's interesting to say the least.
Even I had Bo at the top of the second. So yeah, he was not a day 1 guy for me either. But I do like the kid, and I think he's more functional than people give him credit for. But Teddy, we'll see what happens. If you meant specifically in Kansas City, I know the Chiefs wouldn't mind drafting another quarterback. I just can't see him do it on Spencer Rattler in this draft.
I know they can't. They're not going to be able to stop themselves from drafting Joe Milton on day 3 and then turning him into a tight end.
That's what I'm thinking, or a dang, QB sneak specialist.
Somebody, yeah.
That's what I'm here for. Travis, what are your thoughts on pairing Isaac Guerrero with Pops? Dan, I've talked about this ad nauseum. Where do you land on this? Do you like it, the pairing?
I don't like the pairing because I feel like they're the same player, personally. I don't think that they differ a ton from each other. They both have vision struggles. I think maybe Isaac is a bit better making guys miss and being able to flip his hips and go, but they're both fast. They are better runway than not runway, and they don't have great vision, and they can't really pass protect. So, no.
So we're not going to go down that road. Okay. Don't we still have comp picks left? No. They traded away their third. And that wasn't even a comp pick. The extra fourth is, I think, the fourth isn't?
No, the fourth is, yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know which one they traded. So So yes, Trevor, you are actually right. Just not they don't have any comp picks today. And then let's see. I think there's a couple of here. Who would you trade up to replace McKinnon? Or who would you take to replace McKinnon? Somebody who's got
Tyrone
some
Tracy.
breakaway speed. Yep. Shipley, I think fits that role. Tracy fits that role. Where do you land on Bucky Irving?
I have Bucky in the third, but he can't pass protect. He can't do it.
He's
I
a
love
pass
his
catcher.
I love his skill set so much. It'd be so much fun in Kansas City, but I can't see it happening.
Tiger fans, Mizzou linebacker Tyron Hopper to the Green Bay Packers. One of the best athletes at the linebacker position. I had him squarely on day 3. The Green Bay Packers say I'm crazy, and they went and grabbed him right now at what, 91? Good for them.
Yep.
Good for Hop. Let's see. Got that one. Ryan, you could make this whole thing happen by making the prediction. Okay. I'll play along. Let's go find who we want. Dan, you and I are on the clock.
All right, let's do it.
This goes back to our first year of Locked On Chiefs. No, our second year. When literally hours before it happened, I swore up and down the Chiefs are not going to extend Travis Kelce. It was like the beginning of the summer, and I'm like, they're going to wait until camp. They're not going to do it right now. And literally hours later, they signed him to that first extension. It was hilarious. So you and me on the clock. Who do we think we would take right now? Say that we're picking 92nd here instead of the Bucks.
I think they would take Dwayne Carter.
Yeah? Okay. Jalen McMillan goes to the Bucks.
The Bucks.
And I shed yet another tear.
That's
Dang it.
An interesting pick. He kind of likens I kind of liken himself to Chris Godwin in that route running sense, with the bigger body who can be physical.
He can break down. He can run away from you. He can do a little bit of everything. And Godwin's what? Godwin's
27?
30?
28?
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's younger,
I thought he was pushing 30. Okay. But, I mean, the guy who should be crying right now is Trey Palmer, because Jalen's going to come take your job, bro. Dang it. Okay, so I'm gonna do it because Dan and I have decided, Jayhawk, because you set it up that way, no matter what, the Kansas City Chiefs will not take Dwayne Carter, the defensive tackle, from Duke.
If we want someone that we're not going to take. Gotcha.
No.
So I was on the wrong
reverse
then.
Psychology. Yep. I just have to state
gotcha.
it the right way, and it will be so.
Fair.
I had to practice this long and hard. Crossing my fingers for Dwayne Carter, Javon Baker, even if it calls for us trading up. Thank you, Having Music.
I'm with you.
All right. What else we got on here? I'm struggling. If you guys got a super chat or if you got a question, go ahead and get it in there, because if the Chiefs don't pull something here quick, we are down to only 6 picks remaining, I believe, tonight.
Yep.
You can see the end from here.
7.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 7 or 8. Sorry, my fault. I clearly can't count. So all 3 Huskies did go. Both the LSU receivers did go. What other tandems? Both the Texans did go. Did we have any other pairs?
Yeah, Johnny Wilson is still on the board from Florida State, so they did not go at Coleman and Johnny Wilson. Cornelius Johnson is still on the board, obviously, so that U of M Michigan receiver or U of M receiver is still there. Both Penn State tackles went. Again, interesting.
Crazy.
Both Notre Dame tackles have gone. I think, and both Washington tackles have gone.
Dang. The pairs are running. I like it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Girk, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Third, 2025 gets you what picks in this draft? I mean, just as a straight trade up right now, you're approaching the spot where it doesn't make sense to give it up, because anything left here in the 90s is likely an even value next year. You do have the Titans, though. I mean, there is that. The Titans 25, you got to expect that's probably going to be in the teens at the highest.
Yeah, that's true. And I think you have to remember that right now at this point, the players that are on the Chiefs board are probably falling too. And they're probably not going to trade up because they might just do it at the beginning of the 4th round.
Yeah. Agreed. Good Lord. I mean, I know he's not the greatest. He's probably not your favorite back either, but if they screw around, if the league screws around and lets them have Xavier Worthy, is it possible that they could screw around and let Jalen Wright fall to the 4th where the Chiefs could pick him up and throw some more speed at them and just go speed?
I mean, it's possible, but you blow on him and he'll fall over.
Yeah. But if he gets outside and gets a free look, he's gone.
I didn't think his burst was that great, so maybe he's not gone. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan.
You watched more than I did. Okay. You watched more than I did, so I will shut up. Who else? What else could it get you? It might. I mean, next year 3rd would certainly get you whatever you want here, probably without trading anything from this draft. Yeah. So, but the time to use that 3rd was 3 hours ago to get up to like 44. That was the time to use that.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because right now they might just be sitting around waiting, and they're probably looking for maybe to come in at the very end, be the last pick. I'm not entirely sure. It's tough to really garner, because if they're looking for a wide receiver or if they wanted to tackle a defense tackle, the defense tackle run went. It was heavy. It was rough, hard. But I have Dwayne Carter much higher than everybody else does, but I still have 2 3rd-round grades at defensive tackle in Leonard Taylor and McKinley Jackson. So there are 2 defense tackles with at least grades for me that are in the 3rd round. So we're going to hear the Ravens selection here in a minute, but it's still there.
I have Taylor in the 3rd as well as Brandon Dorless. Disa Isaac finally goes. Okay.
That is a Ravens pick.
Yep, it certainly is. Good for him. Looks pretty excited.
They need defensive ends too, because their athletic upside guys have not worked out. They just haven't worked out.
No,
so they need somebody in there that can do something.
Get the job done. Disa Isaac. Well done. Minotaur, I hope you're right. I would love to see them come back in. Washington's going to be 100, so it's going to be at the bitter end if you're right, buddy. So I'm calling you Nostradamus here.
Let's do it.
I am down.
The fantasy community is freaking out about the Troy Franklin slide as well, by the way. It's beautiful.
Oh, are they? Is it? Sasquatch, welcome to the memberships. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well up there. Let's see.
Appreciate you being here.
Dan sounds ready to go to bed. I am too. Oh yeah, good point.
I think the
Jonathan.
Chiefs are too.
Both the Georgia safeties went as well. Can we get a big receiver or Sanders? No on Sanders. We don't think that the Chiefs need him. But big receivers, big bodies that are left. Who's out there? I wouldn't call Baker big, would you?
No, he reminds me more of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's about 6 foot. So it's not that he's small, but he's not the traditional big body you're thinking of.
Yeah. Height-wise, Brendan Rice is probably he and Tez Walker, right?
He, Tez Walker, and Johnny Wilson are your big receivers that are like on the board.
I keep forgetting that because I have Wilson at the tight end group. Jalix Hunt goes from wee bitty Houston Christian, edge rusher that reminds me a lot of BJ Thompson, honestly. He's got some spring, he's got some athleticism, he's got good length. Just doesn't know what in the world he's out there doing.
Yeah, I got him in the
for him
fifth.
is always interesting. Yeah.
Got him in the fifth.
Let me see. I don't even know where I put him. I'm probably lower on that than even. Oh no, I have him at the bottom of the fourth. So it's a bit early, but you know, Eagles like those type of guys. You know, the Reddick saga, etc. You know, they want one power edge and one quick edge, and I think that's a smart way to go about it. I would like to see the Chiefs get a little bit of a quick edge working as well. Just making it in, Patrick. Well timed, my friend. We are feeling pretty good about Kingsley Suamataia. I'm just going to keep pronouncing that until I get it right. I have my friends on the islands. Yeah, right.
I hate the cover one draft people. Or the cover one people. They just spoiled this for me. And I'm mad. Who would they take that I'd be mad about?
Yeah. Well, they got your number, pal. Well, hey. The Bills did something.
Oh, so mad.
I can't say that the Bills have had a better second day than the Chiefs, but they had a better day than they had a first day. That's for sure.
Very true. And to answer your question, Patrick, we are very happy about Kingsley getting him at 63, being able to wait out that tackle run and then pounce at the right time before the other pocket of tackles had to go. And we both believe that he's not. Okay, I'm not going to speak for Ryan on this, but I believe that he's in contention to start at left tackle this year. I believe he can win that job. So it's a nice pick. Agree. I think you're going to get a great job to develop with Andy Heck. And it's really nice to have someone whose cousin is Penei Sewell. Those bloodlines, man.
Well, and it's an instant call. Yo, cuz this is bothering me. What do I do? Yeah. I mean, that's a legitimate thing. Who would have thought Tip Ryman, the third tight end off the
third tight end off the board? Weird.
I was not prepared for that. They are dancing in Detroit. You're just bitter now. It's okay.
I'm a little bitter. I am a little bitter.
That's okay.
I'm going to.
Tactical, they just made a different pick, so I'm glad that you're wrong because I still think that there's possibility there. Just said Wilson doesn't have an ACL. Oh yeah, like it's gone.
Who?
Peyton Wilson.
Oh, Peyton Wilson.
Okay, that came out. That came out a couple days ago. That it's what I heard is that it was like 99% gone. There was a thread left, but evidently there's nothing. So.
That is nuts. Whew. I can't imagine not having an ACL that was a surgery got botched so badly that you just don't have it.
Yeah. See, okay, you can help me with this because I don't understand it. What does this mean?
That means he was in rookie drafts. He was going as the 8th pick overall. So in rookie drafts, obviously you pick quarterbacks, wide receivers, tight ends, running backs, but he was going as the 8th pick. And yeah, he's not going to be going very high anymore. I can tell you that much.
Thoughts on Walker and Wiley?
Jared Wiley is a good developmental all-around tight end. I think he's got the physical tools to block. I think he's a good natural receiver, and he can run routes pretty well. I don't like Tez Walker. I really don't. I can't stand it. The only thing he brings to an offense is speed right now, and you just have speed. Like I don't like Tez Walker. If the Chiefs draft Tez Walker,
he's a 9 route runner. Right?
I might lose it. Yeah, I might lose it.
Gotcha. All right. I just lost my ability to change to the comment list there, dude. I'm going to back out of here and reload. So
What do you mean? For what? For what?
for the stars versus the regular, I can't switch
That's
back and
not
forth.
you didn't. It's because there wasn't any starred.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes more sense. I'm not
When
used to
they're
that.
gone,
Who
when
needs
they're
an
gone, it goes away.
Who needs an ACL? Okay, gotcha. I have not experienced that before.
And yes, it hurts that they took him with the 95th pick. That's what hurts. That it was the 95th pick that did it, and I'm just a little gutted about it. But to answer, I'm glad because it lets me think, right? Like if the Chiefs had 95, that it could have been them, right? That it might have been them because that was about the range that they would have had it. So it's just.
Oh man. We are down to the last 5 picks of day 2, folks. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars at 96. We're running thin on opportunity here for the Kansas City Chiefs to trade in.
Draft starts at 2 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, or is it 1 p.m. Central Time?
Yes.
Okay.
I will verify that right now.
Any good cornerbacks early tomorrow worth trading up for? Well, one of them just went off the board. And Jarrian Jones going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I did have Jarrian actually a little bit later, but both of these guys are opportunistic. Ronaldo Green, they're physical. They come downhill quickly. They have that really good click and close, instinctual kind of players. But I did have him and Elijah Jones out of Boston College in the 5th round is where I had them. So it's an interesting, I guess, stylistic fitting is why we're seeing them go as high as they are. But to answer your question, to trade up for, you still have Kyrie Jackson on the board. Cam Hart is still on the board. TJ Tampa is, again, in the 4th round. I think those are all good players to go and get if that's what you want to do.
Agreed. I will not argue at all. The draft starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central, folks.
Why did I think it was so much earlier than that? I mean, later than that.
I don't know. I do not know.
That's weird.
Wishful thinking. And folks, our plan tomorrow, 4th round. Now the Chiefs have 2 picks. I will probably hop on and be there pretty on time.
Round.
We're gonna have a couple of streams tomorrow, rather than one long one, because you never know what the Chiefs are gonna do, and we're gonna play it by ear. So if the Chiefs are on the board, come check us out, and we will be there shortly, if not beating you to the point. Knock on wood.
Absolutely.
Let's see. The Bengals are coming up right now. And McKinley Jackson goes to the Bengals. Not really happy to see that. I think he's got some good upside. Just filling back in for the Bengals.
Yeah, he's like a legitimate run stopper right now. And he's physical. He's long. He can penetrate well. He's got upside as a pass rusher, which is what you're looking for from the interior. So that's why I had him graded in the 3rd round. And I'm a little frustrated to see him again go to the Bengals.
Yeah. Good question here, Doe. If you are the GM, what do you do with the 2 first rounders tomorrow?
2 4th rounders. Looking at my board, I'm going to draft a wide receiver. I'm going to draft an interior offensive lineman, possibly as well, because I have lots of 3rd round grades left. And again, I'm looking at corner. I'm looking at that corner spot because I have TJ Tampa, Cam Hart, Kyrie Jackson, and Chris Abrams-Drains all in the 3rd round area. So in the 4th round, again, going based off my own board, that's what I'm looking at. Also, would not shock me if they took a guy like Malik Mustafa out of Wake Forest.
I have him, Jalen Simpson, and Dominic Hampton very, very close, all 3 of them. I think that's a nice little cluster.
Hmm. I'm actually surprised Jaden Hicks hasn't been drafted yet. I'll be very honest with you.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's an interesting one for me.
I don't think Taylor Demerson has either.
No, he has not.
If I am the GM tomorrow, I am probably taking best receiver available. We can argue about that whether that's Baker or whatever. Looks like my guy Cowing is going to be available late, so we could even hold off on that to the 5th,
True.
maybe. Guys that are still out there that I like: Austin Booker, Muhammad Kamara. I like Maris Liafu, the linebacker from Notre Dame, as a fill-in spot as well. Another name, DJ James, has not been drafted yet either. The corner. Got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
That's true.
4th might be a good spot for Johnny Wilson. What do you think?
Yeah, that's where I would be looking for. Again, at this point, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide receivers that are graded on day 2 that are going to looks like they're going to fall into day 3. So
Yeah,
maybe we are higher on these players than the NFL is, but as we know, wide receivers come in from all rounds and are impactful players. So guys like Javon Baker and Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, Brendan Rice, Jamari Thrash are going to be drafted on day 3 and be impactful playmakers on day 1. Like that's just what they are.
Yep.
So get one of these players and double down and force your wide receiver room to be better. Just be better.
Yeah. And Chiefs have a history of it. L'Jarius Sneed, Laurent Duvernay, Tardif, Trey Smith, all day 3 picks. So, like, you can get some serious play out of these guys. It's about development from where you are. The Chiefs have 31 and 33 in the 4th round. Yes, there are comp picks involved as well, too, folks. So those are overall 131 and 133. I would also not be surprised if somebody did fall, especially one of those wide receivers that we had higher on day 2. Maybe they did as well, that they don't package those and try to go up. I would think that's a Red Beach kind of thing. Great question. Thank you, Jafar. Jason, Cam Hartworth trading up for right now. Not on my board. We both have him on day 3, right?
No, I've got him in the 3rd, I believe. I've got him in the 3rd, but I'm not trading up to go get him, especially if I've got multiple 3rd-round players dropping out of the 3rd round. Like, the value isn't there to go trade up for a cornerback right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, not here in the last of the round. I have him mid-4th tomorrow. Steelers are walking up here, and we should know their choice here in a second.
This is a gamble.
This is a gamble because they take the guy that needs a knee reconstruction in Peyton Wilson, the North Carolina State linebacker. So the guys you guys have all been talking about. He's a Steeler. He is a run and chase linebacker. He is not a take on. He does not shed well. He honestly doesn't even survive contact that well. He is a will. He's got to run and use his athleticism to chase you down. I actually think he's a decent, like, overhang wide 9 pass rusher too, because he eats up that distance to the outside shoulder and beats a lot of tackles to the landmark. So,
well, think about what Pittsburgh does with these type of overhang, maybe speed guys. They turn them into pass rushers. I think Alex Highsmith was one of those guys. Even what was the linebacker that played for? Well, but he is much more of a power player. Yeah, Shazier was, but
he wasn't coming out of Wisconsin.
No, that's true. There was one that now played at Tennessee too that was there before that was a speed rusher, but an athletic linebacker type. They do this a lot, so that makes a lot of sense.
It does. So you might see a redshirt year from him. It's funny that ESPN puts up the one where he's actually got blood coming on his knee. They need to redshirt him and fix the knee and get him where he needs to be. Because if he can recover, he can be a player for them.
Absolutely.
Kevin, do they look for wide receiver, corner, or DT in the 4th? Yes.
Yes.
All 3. The best available of those 3 positions are all in play. Absolutely.
Yep. Bud Dupree. That's what it
Hate
was.
it when
Bud
the Steelers
Dupree.
look happy. Oh, Dupree. Here we go with the Rams pick.
Oof. Boy.
Ooh, interesting. I didn't think you had to do that.
No.
Cam Kitchens was once maybe the number one safety in this particular class, and he has fallen the farthest that I've seen in a very long time. I had him in the 5th. What about you?
I had him in the top of the 4th. So, I mean, this is close to the range that I had him in. But again, I have Keaton Oladapo over him. I've got Taylor Demerson over him. I have Malik Mustafa over him. I have Jaden Hicks over him. I don't understand outside of maybe just the instinctualness of Cameron Kinchens because he is a terrible athlete. He is awful.
He is definitely instinctual, though. If you want a guy that thinks he's a linebacker and runs like one, he's your guy.
To play safety for you.
If you want the next Dan Sorensen, maybe. I'd really like to see them go CB out of Oregon. That's Kyrie Jackson or Javon Baker tomorrow. Crazy to see Troy Franklin drop like this. Yeah, there's something going on.
Yes, there is.
But at this point, it looks like Kyrie Jackson might be selected before him. He might be the next Oregon player to go.
Yeah, this is interesting. And like I was talking about earlier, that we can probably clip that at some point. We don't know everything, but the interview process could not have gone well for him. Could not have.
No, I don't think so. I don't have the measurables on Brendan Rice right in front of me. Do you?
Too
many screen sharing, and that's not one of them.
He measured in at 6'2", 208 pounds with 33-inch arms and 9 5/8-inch hands. So he's a big dude.
Yes.
Last pick.
Here we go.
Bullshit.
Wow. That's crazy. Luke McCaffrey, former quarterback, did run a great time at the combine, faster than I thought he would time. Skinny, younger brother of Christian. That looks like he might fall down if the breeze blows fast enough.
Oh, man. Oh boy. I got no words.
At right, evidently. I didn't break down his film. I just watched a couple of games. When you play at Rice, you're not getting a lot of attention from me.
Luke McCaffrey is a scheme-dependent touch wide receiver in the NFL. He cannot play on the outside. He can only play in the slot. He's not growing as a player. He cannot put any weight on. He's not going to get faster. This is a bad pick.
Yeah, that's a total overreach. I think I had him, good God, in the 5th.
I had him
no,
in the
I had
5th.
him bottom of the 4th. I'm the last guy in the 4th. Either way. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate you. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate all you guys being in here. And yeah, Stilio, I know. I'm not digging that part of it. But we will be back. Tail end of the 4th round, unless the Chiefs trade up, we will be online. We'll give you our reaction as well. I hope you guys enjoyed night 2. We certainly did. Thanks for putting up with my internet connection. And Dan, thanks for filling in to start the show.
Yeah, we do whatever we can, and we try to get you in and let you have your family stuff. Like, that's the point, right? Family first.
It is. And it's been a good night. So you guys have a great evening. We'll catch you tomorrow. It's 11 a.m. Central, just so everybody knows, if you want to be in front of the television. So have a great one. We'll catch you then.